There you go. All right. Well, hello again, everybody. It's been so long. I feel like it's been so long since we talked, Paul.
It's been so long.
Indeed. Yeah. So we finished up the excellent painting adventure, and we're still talking. And we were like, well, we're just going to keep talking and painting. Why not just go straight into a Paintisode? So, hello, everybody, and welcome to another exciting Paintisode. I'll say right at the top, as we're live, if you're watching this, if you want to join, hey, by all means, shoot me an email or something, or send me a whatever or a comment, and I'll throw you an invite. I can't guarantee we're going to get a full 8 hours out of this one like we did last time, but we'll paint until I'm unconscious, and that's what I promise. Absolutely. Or Paul has to leave. One of the two.
So I had to put a fan in the window because I'm roasting up here. Is that too loud? Is that coming through on the mic?
No, not at all.
Oh, perfect.
Like it's maybe the slightest thing in the background, but it's very faint.
Because let me tell you, Vince, it is so hot and sunny here.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Your first world problems fall upon deaf ears here, buddy. Let me tell you what.
Hashtag shut up, bro.
Nice. Look, California. All right. I don't want to hear it. You knew what you were getting yourself into when you moved to that paradise. I'm sorry your weather reports are like 78 and sunny again. Oh no, it kind of got into the 80s today and sunny. We have to put up with a month of rain though. Oh.
Month of rain? It's California, man. It hasn't rained in years.
I thought like around January or February you kind of got some rain.
It's usually in the fall. Northern California usually does, but we haven't been at all.
Gotcha. Hence that drought I've been hearing so much about. Is that the thing there? Well, I'm sure that that will all be solved up real soon by all your 5-minute showers and whatever else Arnold Schwarzenegger has recommended. I heard him saying that he put the little things in his house that limits it to showers only. Your shower only lasts for 5 minutes. Or as he put it, you don't need more than 5 minutes to wash yourself, to clean your body. And I don't think that's true. That is crazy to me.
I also made a lifestyle choice not to take advice from Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Is that how you choose all your film roles? You think like, would Arnold take this, and then you say yes or no?
Yeah.
Understandable. Since we're talking about Arnold, and this is a Paintisode, and we don't have to talk about anything in particular. So, did you see the trailer for Terminator Genesis?
I did.
So, what is that?
I'm pretty sure it's an excuse to show Emilia Clarke's boobies, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, but I mean, don't we already get enough of that in Game of Thrones? I mean, do we really need another venue for that?
Is that a serious question?
Look, Daenerys is probably the worst part about Game of Thrones. Since we're just going to topic change because it's a Paintisode and we can do that. She's probably the worst part of Game of Thrones.
That's true. That's true.
Here's my realization. You ready? I'm gonna drop a controversial statement. Okay. Every scene with Daenerys Targaryen is basically the Phantom Menace.
What?
I'm gonna bring this around for you. I'm gonna prove to you that the scenes with Daenerys Targaryen are basically just the Phantom Menace. Okay, or at the very least, the prequels. Okay, what is the worst part about the prequel series?
Can you put your finger on one thing?
I can.
Acting, I suppose.
That's fair, but I can put my finger on one thing. You ready? Council meetings. Council meetings are the worst thing about the prequels. Apparently, when we got the name Star Wars, people forgot that there were actually supposed to be, wars. because so much of the prequels is just people sitting around having meetings and chit-chatting about the nature of the galaxy. You know what that's called? My average day at work. Got enough of that already, thanks. I was hoping to see, you know, some ships and lightsabers and crap like that.
Fucking lasers?
Yeah, some lasers. Yeah, exactly. Like, that would be nice. But instead, what do we get? Council meetings. Lots and lots of council meetings. All right, now, what is Daenerys? I'll try to keep this as spoiler-free as possible. But what has that lazy-ass mother of dragons been doing like the past 80 seasons, it seems like? She's been sitting around talking. Like, every scene is just like her talking to people. Just, hey, what's up? What's going on? Oh, I want to be this, but it's hard. Should I kill this guy or not? Should I do this thing? I don't know. Let's talk about it more. You know what? Let's not. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's just do stuff. Let's do stuff. That sounds way better. Thanks.
There you have it, folks. Game of Thrones is the Phantom Menace.
Yeah, so there you go. I think last Paintisode, what did I get in trouble for last Paintisode? It was, I don't even remember, but
I think you like Twilight.
Oh, that's what it was. Yes, you're saying that saying that I said Twilight was better than Warhammer.
I didn't say anything like that. You said that.
Okay. No, I think you were misinterpreting what I said is what happened. I will say that I think most fantasy literature, including some large portion of the Black Library, not all of it. I'm not impugning all Warhammer novels, but some large portion of them is about as well written as Twilight. How about that? I will say that. I just said that.
I don't think anyone can disagree with you.
Yeah. There's a lot of crap out
when
there.
we read Black Library novels, we're just the inverse of a 14-year-old little girl reading Twilight.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the same thing. It's utter fandom, right? Yeah. So, yes. There you go. Also, other Game of Thrones complaint. Why is everything so far apart? And by that, I mean every scene is people riding a horse going somewhere. Oh my God. Everybody is riding horses places. We get it. Things are far away. Maybe we can cut some of that out.
You obviously didn't read the books because they cut a lot of that out.
Is it? I didn't read the books. No. Is it even worse in the books? Is it just like literally people just riding horses everywhere talking?
Book 4 was. Book 1 through 3, I was like, holy shit, this book is amazing. The series is amazing. And then like book 4, I was like, oh, right into a wall. I was like, oh God, I don't care about any of these people. Why are they going places?
Yeah. It's a lot of people going nowhere. That's just riding horses and talking. So between the riding horses and talking and endless council meetings, I'm not too sure about it. That's all I'm saying. Now that's not. I'm not judging. I'm not.
Boy, a girl. That's weird.
What's that?
And why do they keep calling that little boy a girl? That's weird.
Or that older man a woman. I think that goes there. There's two good examples of that in that show. You know, no offense to that lady who I'm sure is perfectly fine, whatever. That's not a harsh judgment, but she plays that part well, as they really make her look very mannish in that show.
That is true.
I do not think she is as ugly as she makes out to be in the show. Like, she is kind of Hollywood ugly, right?
Yeah. No, like if you see her done up, she's really not. She's not
Yeah.
a good person.
She's ugly like I don't remember the name of the woman who is it, but or the girl who played it, but and She's All That. It's like she's Hollywood ugly, like, oh, she's got glasses and a ponytail. She's got short hair and is tall. Like that's literally her reason for being ugly in the show. She got short hair and she's tall. Okay. One of those could be handled literally by doing nothing, right? Just do nothing. The hair problem solves itself. the being tall, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't know. There's plenty of tall. There's nothing wrong with tall women. It's fine.
Dating an NBA guy? I don't know.
There you go. Sure. Yeah, you just gotta find an even taller dude. Yeah, I see no issues with it. So to return back to that Genesis trailer, it's funny because it was on Avengers, and I saw Avengers tonight. Which, don't worry, we'll keep this spoiler free for Avengers stuff. I won't be giving any Avengers spoilers.
Though we both liked it, I think.
Yes. Yeah. We'll tangent into that real quick because why the hell not? So what was your keeping it spoiler free? What was your overall impression?
It was witty, almost to a fault, as we discussed.
Yes.
There was plenty of jokes that I laughed very full-bellied at. And then there just, on some instances it felt like it was trying a little too hard sometimes. Not to the point where it ruined the movie. It was definitely a little darker than the first one, I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Some people complained about the plot. I didn't think the plot was a problem. I thought the plot made reasonable sense.
Again, not spoiler of it, but I haven't heard this yet. Were people just complaining that the plot didn't make any sense, or?
Yeah.
It seemed pretty simple plot to me.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that, sometimes the concept of AI sort of goes over people's heads.
Sure. That's definitely not a spoiler. If you don't understand that AI is a thing in this yet, you have literally seen nothing about this movie. You haven't seen a single trailer. Because that's pretty much
that is not a hidden fact.
Yes.
Ultron is in the movie. I can say that.
Right. He's a robot. You know that from the trailer where he was a robot and said, "I'm a robot. Hey, what's up? I'm Ultron." That was really, I think, the first giveaway for me.
So, I guess coming from, the concept that some people get lost in the fact that, there actually is theories out there about artificial intelligence, and some very smart people actually think that, that could actually be a downfall of humanity. Once we create something that can actually improve itself, exponential growth occurs, and then, we're no longer needed very quickly. Your Skynet/Ultron situation occurs. That's actually not insanely far-fetched in terms of theory. So I thought that part of the plot wasn't really that far off from something that could, actually happen. Obviously, there's no Thor and Iron Man and stuff, but
yeah, absolutely. I would actually take. I choose to hope for the Her view on artificial intelligence. Did you ever see the movie Her? Also starring what's her name? Black Widow. Can't think of her name.
Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah, Scarlett Johansson. Yes. Did you ever see the movie Her?
I didn't see it, but I know the premise.
Yeah, it's quite good, and it has a really nice take on artificial intelligence and what ends up happening as we sort of develop basically like Windows 11 is artificially intelligent. That's basically the premise of the movie, but it's told from this very individualistic point of view of one man's sort of interaction with his computer. And yeah, it's a solid movie. And I think, honestly, that it's this sci-fi concept that in bad hands could have been absolutely terrible, but gets handled with great aplomb by Spike Jonze, who is a very good director. Yeah, I think my feelings on Ultron, or on Age of Ultron, or whatever, would be, yeah, it was good. Probably not as good as the first one. And I think my only complaint might be the same thing, maybe a little too jokey at times, maybe pushing that a little too much. It was maybe a little too jossy. And then I felt like kind of the pacing was a little off in the first act. It just felt like maybe a little slow during Act 1. I don't know. That might have just been my expectations.
I don't know. My thing about that is, without some of the slow stuff, some of the character development kind of stuff, which some of it was unnecessary, some of it I thought was needed. you turn into a Transformer situation where it's just like big shit smashing each other, yay! And, you know,
Sure.
what I mean? No depth. And I think there's a, you know, it's a difficult balance to achieve, but you know, let's just bring it full circle. We're now starting to expect really amazing things, you know, from Guardians of the Galaxy and Winter Soldier and the original Avengers. We're starting to expect really, really, really high tier things from this Marvel Studios, right? And I mean, if you just go back to basal level, they're comic book movies, right? I mean, the fact that these are even becoming quality movies is sort of still shocking. So I think that
Right.
quality
Yes.
is now a little bit high for what it is.
Absolutely. Yeah. Some part of this is Brave syndrome, right? Where like Brave was really good by the standards of almost any animated movie, but by like Pixar standards, it was kind of disappointing. Right?
Yeah.
And you know, let's be very clear here. I may have some problems with Avengers, but this was not. It was still a very good movie. I very much liked it. I'm going to go see it again probably this weekend. And it was not like, it was not Iron Man 2. It was not Man of Steel. And it was not like freaking Elektra or some, you know, like there was this dark time in comic book movies where we really were making some crap.
It wasn't Ben Affleck Daredevil.
You know, people bag on that, and it was pretty bad. I think that's probably deserved. But I don't blame Ben Affleck. Let me just say
I
that.
don't blame Ben Affleck, but that movie was bad.
It was a bad movie. But he wanted to make a good Daredevil. It just didn't work out that way. Sorry, Ben Affleck.
Sorry, Ben Affleck.
Yeah, what was really great about it is I remember there was an interview with him beforehand where they said, where somebody like asked him fairly point blank, they said, so is this a good movie? And he said, yes, I think so. I think my 12-year-old self, because he was apparently a big Daredevil fan, that's why he really wanted the role. And he said, I don't think my 12-year-old self would ever forgive me if I made a bad Daredevil movie. Irony.
12-year-old self is pissed.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, the problem is, right, is I don't know. I've never been an actor. I don't know how much you see. You know, they tell you to go around and promote this movie. I don't know if you see the final cut. I don't know what you see while you're going around promoting. Obviously, you are going around promoting. You can't just be like, this is a piece of shit. Most of the time, I know that's happened previously in some instances, but it's hard to kind of downplay a movie before you see what happens.
I mean, in many cases, you're like contractually obligated to be positive about it and be out there like talking it up, right? I mean, there's just no choice in the matter. And you're right, when it does happen that people like complain, all of a sudden it's a real problem because like I think Shia LaBeouf did that, right? And that was not great for him or his career. That being said, have you seen the Shia LaBeouf song video?
No.
Oh, that's a good one. You should look that up. Actual Cannibal Shia LaBeouf. Yes, that's very solid. Oh, hold on a second. My wife is going to ask me a question.
Vince is getting the whoosh. I don't know if he can hear me or not. I think that Smirk says he can. Nope, he can't. Can't do it. Maybe he can?
Scared me away.
I can hear you, yes.
Oh.
I was just on mute. I was muting myself to you, not you to me. Yes.
But I don't know. I liked Avengers. I'm actually really excited to see where they go. I think they're treading into some interesting water. I mean, they built a very large universe at this point. We'll see if they can actually deliver in the next, several movies.
Absolutely.
I do think we're getting near the peak. I mean, it's got to come down sometimes. I don't think, and maybe they can just pull off the thing where you got great movie, medium movie, kind of dud, great movie, medium movie, kind of dud. You know what I mean, sort of thing where they kind of speckle out. But I'm hoping that it doesn't just go great movies, crash, terrible movies.
Sure. And yeah, I mean, I just feel like if we wouldn't too much worry about that, like even if they made a bad misstep, I think they'd recover. Honestly, I think Iron Man 2 proved that because Iron Man 2 was pretty bad. That was not a good movie. Like, I will pretty much stand behind that. That movie was pretty bad. But, you know, look at that. We bounced back and got, you know, even the third Iron Man was better than the second one, so that's fine. It wasn't a perfect movie. We ended with a battle at the docks that was completely nonsensical, but hey, whatever. When you're ending, like, no more throwdowns at shipyards and no more blue lights shooting up into heaven. That is it. We have fully exhausted all battles at shipyards and blue lights shooting into heaven. No more of that. There was like a 2-year period where that was every single movie. The spoilers were general. I don't know the answer to that question. Who knows? I somewhere in that background, War General T asked a question on the comment or on the thing. By the way, if anybody who's watching wants to join us, you can comment or something and throw your email there, and I'll throw you an invite.
Did you see it in Q&A or something, or someone commented on
the actual video? Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question, but I don't have the answer. But yeah, all in all, very solid and very fun. And yes, I mean, obviously, we live in a golden age, right? Complaining about the second Avengers movie would be like you complaining about weather in California. It is living in paradise and complaining about it. So I'm not going to do that.
I'm a bitter, angry New Yorker. I can do what I want.
Fair enough.
At least I'm not from Jersey. You know what I'm saying?
Just for all those Jersey people. There's a large Jersey contingent out there. You know, that's I'm sure Ant is going to be displeased about that. He's you know, he's pure Jersey.
He's got a baby. He ain't watching this. Come on now.
Wow, that's a good point. That's a good point. And he's got no time to paint anymore either. So the chances of him coming back to this content and actually watching it, yeah, probably low. We're good.
I gotta have. It's gonna be part of a funny interview. You know, something funny, but like my girlfriend, every time I put on a show from Ant, all she knows is that he says strength instead of saying strength. He says strength, like he doesn't say the T. Strength.
Okay.
Something with his accent. I didn't even notice it. And every time I put on the fucking show, she's like, "Is this the fucking strength guy again?"
Well, great. Now you've just cursed everybody who watches this ever to hear only that in his videos. So that is what we're all going to hear now. So thanks. That's nice.
Your
Way
way.
to go. Way to go, Paul.
Ruining the hobby for several years now.
Mm-hmm. So let's turn to a painting-related subject. Weird on a Paintisode.
I don't want to do that. That sounds dumb.
I know, right? All right, here's my painting-related topic. Something that somebody brought up in response to our last excellent adventure painting video. And that is the Vallejo Liquid Gold series. Liquid Gold. Now, have you used the Liquid Gold series?
I have no experience with it.
I will admit, I am pretty curious about it. It is, from what I've heard, the coverage on it is absolutely amazing. It has a very, very rich tone. Like it's basically a true, very shiny, you know, gold metallic, and looks very authentic. The downside to it is it's alcohol-based paint.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Yes. So obviously you have to, you know, you use different brushes and prep it with isopropyl alcohol and, you know, all that stuff, right? It's a completely different sort of thing than your standard acrylic paints.
That
I
sounds
was just curious. It does sound like a lot of work, but I was thinking about ordering some just to give it a shot, because gold is ever the frustrating color to me. I paint a lot of gold, and almost every time I use a slightly different recipe, I'm forever experimenting with it. Between what I undercoat it with, do I use a dark brown or a light brown, or a gold brown or a yellow, or how coppery is it, how red, how brassy, how whatever. Like I am constantly trying different things because I never get to a gold I absolutely love. And it just always feels just slightly off. Just slightly. And honestly, even like non-metallic metals golds, they just, even them, I just don't love it. So yeah, I don't know. I thought I'd give it a shot just to see how that came out, to see if it was any better.
Yeah, you gotta find something you like.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
I feel like there's always some sort of look that people just don't like, though. I mean, for me, like, I just don't like the look of true metallic steel. Like, on models, I don't know what it is. Like, it can look really, really good if you're very, very gifted at it and very, very patient with it. But a lot of it, I just don't like. You know, the 2 or 3 layers on top of the base coat, I still just don't think makes it. I think it just looks weird on the model. So, just personal preference for me there. I can't get something that I like.
Yeah, it's tough because it's funny. So when I painted Cetra, real quick, let me War General T asked a question. He said, "Where did you get your game air? Did you buy it per bottle or in a set?" I absolutely bought the set. I bought mine from Scale Hobbyist, which has it on a very good, a very competitive price.
eBay sells. I don't know if you're on eBay. I mean, I use eBay and Amazon a lot. eBay has the full set with like free shipping, I think, from several sellers. If you just want to get some of the smaller sets, I think I got a flesh set somewhere, maybe on eBay, and then like I picked up colors from the War Store, who usually does pretty competitive pricing and pretty good shipping.
Mm-hmm.
They're really fast. But I have to go with Vince. I think if I was in the market for a full set, which I was not at the time, I would get the full set.
Yes, I regret absolutely zero of that investment. It is the best paint set I've ever got. Don't get me wrong, I still use other paints, of course. There are purposes to all to the other paints, but as a paint set, it is simply the best paint set I have owned, at Taken as a whole, and I absolutely love it. So yes, there's my pitch for Game Air. For what it's worth. And I like Scale Hobbyist in general. They have pretty good prices on a lot of stuff, and they, good customer service. They ship really fast, all that kind of stuff. Speaking of Game Air, so I've been, as we were talking, I think the very first Paintisode we did, I was talking about getting, my airbrush, so that wasn't that long ago. But obviously I've got it now. I've been working with it a lot, and I will say it is pretty awesome. Like, that was another reason I wanted to separate out the airbrush conversation and the other thing, just because I feel like we could go for a while and really go deep on airbrushes.
I'm a really big fan. I don't know what it is. I think it doesn't feel, sometimes, brushing with the regular brush feels like a chore. And I feel like everyone can kind of attest that. Like, sometimes it feels like a chore. Sometimes you just don't want to continue. I've never airbrushed something where I felt like, this is obnoxious, I don't want to do this anymore. Every single time I'm like, oh, this is fun. It's like a little kid in a candy store, right? Like, it's just, it kind of has its novelty almost every time for me.
Yeah. It's a really interesting experience because it's just cool. And like when you really play with it and the effects you can achieve, and don't get me wrong, as you see right now, I'm brush painting something, but when I started with this, I primed it obviously with an airbrush, because I pretty much, unless I'm doing like factory painting rank and file infantry, which I'll still use like an army painter rattle can for, like a colored rattle can for. I pretty much airbrush prime everything. It's just you can't get a better prime than a couple coats of an airbrush prime. It's such a nice coat, and it's so even, and it just no detail is destroyed. It's beautiful. But generally, I'll do like if I've got a lot of open area, I'll do most of that in airbrush. And what I've been playing around with a lot lately is doing almost like basically a zenithal highlighting with the airbrush, just some white to gray to darker transitions, but keeping it in like the black and white spectrum on the model, and then sort of glazing over that with a very hyper thin color. And like you achieve very smooth color transitions if you do your airbrush work right, that I find highly appealing, because basically with one thin glaze of another color, I mean, you can achieve things that would normally take you hours with a brush.
Can I tell you, Vince, the Silly Putty works great.
Does it? That's awesome.
I think we talked about it before and I hadn't tried it yet. I have tried it now. It works fantastic.
That's awesome. I will get some Silly Putty then, because very frequently I'm needing mask, and what I do right now is I have like either the Tamiya 6mm tape that we talked about, or I will use just like a glove. Like obviously I'm wearing a rubber glove when I'm spray painting, and I have extra gloves, old ones that have torn or whatever, and I'll just like wrap them around the model in the areas I don't want to touch.
Yeah, love the Silly Putty. Tape still has its place, absolutely. I don't want to pretend like that's replaced the tape for me. I really like the tape too, but both seems to work.
It's funny because I remember, so Color of the Gods, which is a paint sort of channel I really like, he did a video where, and he's a big brush painter, big glazer. He really just does he really only uses like his airbrush for base coating and or for priming and base coating sometimes. Most of what he does is glazes. He really likes working with a brush. And I remember he did a video where he talked about airbrushing and why he doesn't like airbrushing and stuff like that. And in there he said, look, let's just say something out of the gate. Airbrushing is easier. And he's like, I know you're all going to complain and I'm going to get a lot of hate for this, but it really is easier. And what I will say is, he's right to a point. Certainly there is a skill to it. Certainly the masters of the airbrush who can do like amazing things like bi-painted, like the guy who did the bi-painted channel, if you watch him with an airbrush, I mean, he's like a surgeon with that thing, and like that's not easier. That takes hours and hours and hours of practice. But if you're just doing like simple color transitions on a large flat area.
Oh yeah, way easier.
Yeah, I mean, yes, obviously it's easier. That's why you use the airbrush.
My thing is like it's almost comparing, things that aren't comparable. They're just such different modes. I mean, I understand that they achieve the same thing, putting paint onto something, but it's almost like comparing a world-class sprinter to a world-class weightlifter. Like it's not, they don't do the same thing, right? You know what I mean? Like in both has their, merits, and they're both difficult to do, but just in different ways.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think even in simpler terms, like you have different tools, right, in your toolbox when you're like your literal tools, right? And just because you have a drill doesn't mean you don't need a screwdriver, right? Or whatever, just because you got you get what I'm saying, right? Like not everything should be you just whip out the power tool for. Sometimes you still need the manual. And the reality is you can make, I am not saying the airbrush is the power tool and the brush is the manual tool. You can make either one of those your tool of choice in that analogy. The point is not to say one of them is either one of those pieces. The point is to say they both retain their purpose and have a very important purpose, where you wouldn't want to use the other tool for them because it would be the wrong tool for the job.
Yeah. And I think those are the people that do probably the best work, is you never should be limiting yourself to any way, shape, or form, right? You should be using all your tools to achieve the effect you want to achieve.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, don't hold yourself back. or hate on a thing just to hate on it, right? Like, it's another fun tool in the toolbox. Get it out, give it a shot, give it a use. There's no reason why you can't be doing those. That'd be like saying you're never like, using a sponge for stipple painting or stuff like that, right? Like it might be a rarely done thing, but when it's the right answer, it can look really cool when you're doing a piece where that's the right effect. I hate that I assembled this guy with the thing on his back. I made a mistake and should have kept him. I should have kept this guy in more pieces, and now I regret it. I broke my cardinal rule of sub-assemblies.
I have been trying to do lately is pay much more attention when I'm building a model when I should keep things separate.
Yeah, I kept some things separate, but like part of the problem is whenever you have conversions, right? You always feel like when I'm actually like converting a model from scratch, as I did with this guy, I kind of feel like more obligated to take it farther because I don't know that it's actually going to work okay or look right at the end, right? Like when I have a Games Workshop model, there's a set of instructions. I know that the thing is going to look how it's going to look at the end. But when I'm just cobbling together random old pieces, I don't have a sort of guarantee that it's going to be there.
My least favorite though is like things you want to keep apart, but then there's going to be a freaking mold, like a glue line, a modeling line right there. You're like, God damn it, I need these things separate, but I need to fill in that line.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to say hello, Dark CT. I saw you joined. I saw your comment. It's been going well, man. Good to see you. God bless it. Painting mistakes. What's that?
We have people watching?
Oh yeah, sure. Yes, we do. There are several people watching right now. Hello all. As I said before, if anybody's interested in joining, shoot me an email or whatever, and or comment appropriately, and you're welcome to come join and talk. I cannot answer how long we'll be going. Some amount of time is the answer, but you don't have to feel like you were compelled to join for the whole time. So I want to touch on something here, Paul, just a complete topic change, because, that's what we do in Paintisodes. Have you watched any of Skaven and AZ's battle reports lately?
Trying to remember. I think I saw the dwarf one. I'm trying to remember. I've had some work stuff going on, like personal life stuff, so I haven't really been watching a whole lot of stuff. I think I've caught one or two of them.
Okay. Here's what's relevant about it. In some of his recent battle reports, he's had the Skaven Bonebreaker. Now, it's for a tournament. There's reasons behind it. But he's had that Bonebreaker Lord out there. And I just want to say, see, Chris, everybody comes around to the Bonebreaker eventually, buddy. You can't fight the Bonebreaker. Don't even try. He was on here last episode talking about how it's just cannon bait and all that, and now it's out there. And every time he uses it, he still hedges his bet every time. He's always like, I don't really know if I like him yet. Still trying to guard against admitting that guy's any good.
I don't even have one, so no option for me.
You don't own a rat ogre?
I don't have a rat ogre with another rat on top of it.
Right, because that's a really tough conversion. In the world of conversions, taking one rat ogre and sticking another rat on top of him and, calling it a day.
Hey, man. I sense the negativity in your attitude right now. And I'm in a sauna up here, so I just don't really appreciate it. But
do you want me to, send you a rat ogre? Because I've got, 18, and I probably don't need that many. Not even counting storm fiends.
I like models. Ah!
Well, I've got one unpainted, so I could send you that one. Just so you had it. He's even, I think, going like this. He's got his hands up in the air.
You get a rat ogre from the Island of Blood set for $3.
Totally, yes. It would cost me more to ship you the metal one than to just buy one of the ones from the Island of Blood and
send me one every day until I paint it. It's just gonna have a rat ogre show up every day.
Yeah, it'll be like the letters for Wizarding School from Harry Potter.
Where are these fucking rat ogres coming from? Stop it!
You'll eventually have to move to an island out in the middle of like the ocean and on a stormy ocean just to get away from the rat ogres. All right, I'm muting myself for a second to blow my nose because I don't think anybody wants to hear that. So talk amongst yourselves for a moment, people.
Oh, time to sing. Well, Vince clears his schnoz of all the boogies. The boogies are being vacated from his schnoz. Clean wipe, double wipe.
Oh my God. I want to go back and edit this video and pull that out and just make a Vine out of like that 6 seconds of video right there. That is 6 seconds of gold.
I like to put those little nuggets in here for the people who stick through.
Absolutely. I like it. So yes, I thought it was funny that he himself was using the Bonebreaker Lord. You know, it kind of, but I mean, again, he was using it, I believe, because of practice for a tournament under a comp situation, which connects, of course, to the topic of the week, which was, you know, comp. And if anybody who's watching is not sure what I mean, just check out the Warhammer YouTubers page for the new topic of the week thing.
I can see where it comes in, right? I mean, the thing is, as long as it's not your general, it's just a piece. They have better target. I mean, any tournament list that's not comp to all Jesus, like you have a Hell Pit, you have some Warp Lightning Cannons, you have a Doom Wheel, whatever. The highest priority is not shooting the guy on the Rat Ogre with the cannon, right? I mean, that's not your target priority. If they're shooting that guy, you're happy as hell because your other toys are living.
Absolutely. That means the Hell Pit's getting in, right? Or something like that. Yeah.
From that sense, I can see. It's also, I mean, if you give him a 4, I don't really know what the loadout is, but you give him a 4-up ward or something silly, like he doesn't die, the Rat Ogre dies, like you don't lose any points. They got to kill, you know. Or is it monster, red monster? It's red monster, right? Or is it monster cav? I don't remember.
I think, I don't know. Off the top of my head, honestly, I don't even remember off the top of my head.
Yeah,
I say all this and praise him, but I end up usually running him on a war litter anyways, just because I happen to have that modeled in my Storm Vermin unit, so that ends up being the choice usually. But I'd have to go and look.
No, it'd have to be monster cav because couldn't join the unit as a monster. Monster can't join units, so it'd have to be monster cav, right?
Yes, it's got to be monster cav. Yes.
So, I don't know. You can give the whole model 4-up. It gives him higher toughness if it's monster cav. Like, I can see its merits.
War General T asked us, "Is this another 8 to 12 hour marathon?" Buddy, I don't know, man. We started this one late. We had the advantage of starting the last one at like 9 p.m. Eastern time, as opposed to like 11:50 Eastern time, or whenever we started this. 11:30
Yeah,
probably.
I don't know. I might go to the gym in a little while, so I don't know if this one's gonna be a long one. But tomorrow night, though, I'm not taking that off the table.
Sure, absolutely, yes. What'll probably happen, War General, is that we'll join in on, or we'll pick this up again tomorrow. John Crayer, hey John, how you doing? He said he'd like to make a Bonebreaker Warp Lightning Cannon. Really, John? You'd like to make a Bonebreaker Warp Lightning Cannon?
Vince has one? Why would Vince have one? Of course Vince has one.
Would that be something like that? Would that be a Bonebreaker Warp Lightning Cannon? There you go.
Modeling for advantage. That's so tall.
Yeah, I draw from here for line of sight, right? Absolutely, sure. Yeah, that's 100%. Yeah, this is where you draw from. He's like Thor over here.
Immediately.
So yes, I support the Bonebreaker Warp Lightning Cannon. You can Bonebreaker anything. It's like verbing. You can just add Rat Ogres into anything. It always makes them better. That's the entire idea of Storm Fiends. They were like weapons teams. Just add Rat Ogre. Rat Ogres are the mushrooms of the Skaven universe. They're not necessarily good on their own, but when you just mix them into other things, they make those other things better.
I find that with meat.
Just adding meat to things, you mean in general?
In general. This could be better with meat.
Gotcha.
Especially here in California. Ever since I moved here, I noticed that they take meat out of things. And I'm like, why? Could I have the meat back in the thing I like?
That's because you live in a hippie paradise. That's what that is, my friend. Getting like a can of real diet soda in California, especially in like LA, boy, that's a fun adventure. I love the fear of aspartame, as though it is in fact at all dangerous in any way, which it's not, but that's okay.
Well, it is a carcinogen if you drink 6 liters of Diet Coke a day for 10 years.
Well, I'm in trouble.
That's also a correlation study, so
right.
That means anything.
Yes. But you know, whatever. That's fine. I live and breathe off of Diet Dr. Pepper, so be it. It's like that and water are the only two substances that provide me with liquid. I guess unless soup counts. I like a good soup.
I like a good soup.
I like a good soup. That's kind of quality content you get in our Paintisodes. Talks about soup. I like soup.
I like big soups. I cannot lie.
Absolutely.
I can't see that happen.
I like it. Oh, Sir Mix-a-Lot. We barely knew ye. You left us too soon. What's that? I'm getting word he's not actually dead. Well, that's a shame.
You died too late then.
Yeah. I feel like in some cases it probably would have been better if people just died. It makes me think of like, do you ever watch Zero Punctuation? Do you ever watch Yahtzee, his video game reviews? He's on the Escapist channel.
I do not.
All right. Well, if you're looking for some exciting web content, there are little short 5-minute game reviews. I love Yahtzee. He is my spirit animal, and he is an angry Australian man who reviews video games for a living. Which, you know, I would suppose in the nature of livings, that's not a bad one. And he was reviewing like something, I think, from the guy who made The Sims, whoever that is. I don't actually know who that is, but whoever made The Sims. And he said, his quote was something like, if you ever do anything really great in your life, the next thing you better do, it should be to die. Otherwise, you're going to spend the rest of your life trying to live up to your previous successes and failing. And I thought there was a lot of wisdom in that. It keeps me from wanting to achieve greatness. That way I never have to worry about that. I just go for the straight, low bar, nice and average. No need to top myself. Good to go.
Good way to live.
Absolutely. That's Vinny's life advice for the day. Aim lower. You'll be much happier in the end.
Aim for the stars.
Yeah, or not.
Or that sewage ditch over there. That'd be perfect.
Right. I mean, I can get into the sewage ditch. Like probably 9 out of 10 times I can get in the sewage ditch. So I feel good about that. So what are you thinking about painting for the non-metallic metal silver, huh? You got any thoughts of what out of your collection you want to do?
I don't know, man. Oh, let me show you. I gotta show you this real quick.
Okay.
I don't know, but let me show you the last bit of my skating army here. These characters finally put together the last bit from Unlimited Colors. Let me screen share you. Uh-oh. What are we doing? Oh, there we go.
Oh, wow. Yeah, here, let me lock you real quick. There we go. Look at that. Oh, that is such a good banner. That's great.
Doo-doo. There it is.
Very nice.
Big dog.
Now I'm assuming that's all freehand.
That is all freehand and a sculpted banner.
Wow, that is so impressive. Like anytime you start to think you're a great painter, it's good to go out and look at stuff like that and remind yourself that you have so much farther to go.
That you're awful and no one will know if you die.
Right, yeah, exactly. God, I'm so jealous of freehand work at that level. That's just amazing. Like those people are legitimate painters at that point, right? Like you are legitimately painting.
You're just an artist at that point. There's no more question about it. Like it's not like artsy, craftsy. It's like, sir, why aren't you painting things for real?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that is at a level I'm not sure I could ever achieve. I certainly would love to. I've seen a lot of like freehand banner work on Bretonian stuff that I would love to be able to duplicate, but it's just, it's just beyond me. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm very happy with my Bretonians. They're coming along. I think probably I'm getting distracted now at the end by other things because it's, I've been painting Bretonians and only Bretonians like one night a day for 2.5 straight months. And
it gets beat up. I have noticed with the challenge, like that's actually been the fun part is like, I'll pick up a random model and be like, yeah, I'll paint this thing.
Right. Absolutely. It's good to have a little bit of variance in what you're painting. That's why I always try to keep a couple armies around, just because like I always have a constant back burner army project. So for me, that's my female corn army.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm working on an all female Demons of Corn army. And I don't have any intention to play it anytime soon. I just, it's kind of always there. If I see a cool piece I want to do or model, I do a lot of like conversions with it because it's all chick demon. So it has to be all custom converted and stuff. Because Corn really does not have a lot of girls. Corn is not about the girl power.
Well, I think that's kind of where my lizardmen are for me now, right? It's just like see a model, bang it out, do it, set it back down. It's just going to be a slow grow thing, just kind of a passion type thing in terms of what I want to do with it. It's not really meant to. It's not meant for anyone else. It's meant for my pleasure.
Right, exactly. Just hobbying on it. I got plenty of armies to put on the table. I've got 4, full armies I can easily crank 3,000 points out of in all cases. In the case of my Tomb Kings or my Skaven, I could easily put 7,000 or 8,000 points on the table if I wanted to. I did acquire. I have, like, you can't see him. He's kind of mixed in there. But on that table, there's like a gray unpainted Sphinx hiding in the middle there. And I have another one in a box right behind me and the bits for another one. So that'll make like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Sphinxes, I think, plus a Necrosphinx, plus, or 2, maybe 2 of those are Necrosphinxes, whatever, plus Archon, who's kind of on a Sphinxy thing. I see no reason to ever. I love Sphinxes. I think they look awesome. So that is my thing.
You got that one model you really like.
Yeah, exactly. I just think it's a beautiful model. John Cryer said, strap the old metal cannon as a shoulder-mounted cannon onto the Rat Ogre for his Bone Breaker. I have an extra one of those old metal cannons still new in the box that I've never done anything with. I've just been waiting for a good excuse to get that thing out. And so I think I would be that would be a great thing to use for something, and I think that's a perfectly good use of it. Yeah, I could support that. Oh yeah, MC1 Gamer says hello. He's watching, and he says as a huge converter, he agrees that like too often he finds the need to overcompensate the build with as many bits as he can to make the vision he had in his mind work, and as such, it's a challenge like not to actually finish the model. I completely agree. Dark CT says he's a fan of Yahtzee as well. agreed, my friend. That is, I am absolutely in agreement. Sorry for the pause, folks. Just doing something real quick here. Okay, so yeah, I have no idea what we were talking about. Oh, giant metal scaling cannons and conversions. So one of the things that's kind of in my mind that I could do for the Sky Earth metal thing, I have another skill cannon for my female Corn Demon army waiting to be assembled. And I have like a full Cauldron of Blood as well that I don't know what I want to use for it. I'm kind of thinking about like converting both of them, shoving them both into one giant model and making a giant combo like Cauldron of Blood, Blood Throne, in case I ever want to use the Blood Throne / skill cannon. And I could do that in all non-metallic silver metals because like it has those, the skull cannon has those Colossus plates, right? You know what I mean? Like those even plates that you can do that Sky Earth non-metallic metal on and kind of get away with it.
Yeah, that sounds terrible, Vince. You should do that.
That sounds like you will forever regret that decision. I agree.
First time I try Sky Earth non-metallic metal, let me do a chariot-sized model.
Yeah. I don't get it. What's the problem? I don't understand your point. Big models are where it's at, yo.
Why don't you just start out with a steam tank?
Why don't I just start out with a steam tank? Let me just go grab a steam tank. Sure, because I've just got one of those. Well, I mean, I do. But I have like a steam tank from the 90s, which is painted in the most hilarious, shite-tacular method ever. I mean, I'll go grab it if you want to see how awful this thing is.
It sounds like it's ready to be stripped and find out that big guy.
It is all metal, so I mean, metal models are easy to strip. Here, I'll tell you what. Oh, good. Just we have a lot of people watching, so this is going to be interesting. So serenade people with a song again for one moment while I go grab this steam tank and refresh my beverage.
You can't rush talent, Vince. You can't rush talent.
You will sing. Sing right now. Do it.
Vince is bringing us a tank of love, a tank of Vince's love, which in no way is a euphemism for his semen. When he gets back, he'll have no idea that I said semen on his channel. He'll probably be pretty upset about that, but that's okay. Perfect. That didn't take too long. Go that way, Vince. Hopefully it comes back.
Were you entertaining?
I was totally appropriate the entire time.
Well, we have like 2 less viewers now than when I left. So that should be that's the counting of your work. Way to go.
You're the one who forced that upon me.
So here you go. Here is my super high quality steam tank from the mid-90s. There you go. The big ass communist steam tank, with its nice little hammer and sickle banner. In like, just look at that quality of that yellow, boy. That doesn't show through primer at all. That's really good work. Notice the single color red in the oh so attractive one coat. I especially like the rat chewed banner up here. That's really authentic. Like, that's real rat chewed banner. You can't get that any less than leaving it out in a garage for a long time and having mice chew on the banner.
That was damn scathing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. That may not be a piece I'm particularly proud of, but then again, I did paint it 17 years ago. So, you know, whatever. We've all got skeletons in our closet. I think, like, if I was forced to admit that I murdered somebody or that I painted that steam tank, I would probably be willing to admit the murder first.
Or just
That's all I'm
murder
saying.
whoever asked you.
That's a good point. That'd be way easier. That is a much better solution.
Thanks, stab.
Sure, exactly. Did you paint that steam tank? Yeah. Now who painted the steam tank, huh?
I don't see a steam tank around here. Let's see how many viewers I can scare away. So I'm building a horde model.
Oh yes, you mentioned this. Absolutely. You picked up the you split what'd you split, like the big starter set for hordes, or what'd you do?
The Circle and Everblight. I have no idea about the fluff of this game. I have no idea how to play this game. We're just jumping in, seeing what happens, to be honest.
Now, so you said you picked up some Circle. Is that what you're doing? Are you doing Circle, or are you doing
I'm doing Legion of Everblight.
Okay, got it. Yeah, does that game have fluff? That didn't seem to me like a game that actually has fluff.
I mean, it seems like there's some paragraphs here and there.
Sure, there's some sort of form of loose story drawing it all together, and that's not a bag, by the way. Like, I don't. That's not. I hope anybody watching doesn't think I'm bagging on Wormhole Hordes. I don't think that's the case. I am honestly, like, it seems to me like the fluff is kind of secondary to it. If I'm wrong, I apologize. That's just my misconception. I don't mean that as a negative thing. I just mean, like, that's my perception of the game, is that it is sort of first and foremost a more competitive style game. Like, I think of Magic the Gathering. Like, Magic has fluff, right? Like, there is like a world there, and there's a story to each set and crap like that. But, like,
yeah, I mean, I've played Magic for years, and I have no idea what the fluff is.
Right, exactly. Like, I never played Magic and really cared about the fluff. I mean, I'm aware set to set of what's going on that is the framing device for the story. But, like, I don't think to myself, oh, that is the thing that really makes me want to play this. That sweet piece of fluff.
Yeah, I'm actually just curious at this point. I really just dove in because I didn't know what else to do with my time while I'm biding my time for ninth. So I have, probably half an Eldar army, if not more. But their new codex is supposed to be broke as a joke, and it would mean I'd have to assemble all this 40k stuff, which every time I look at it, I'm just like, this sounds terrible. I don't want to assemble this.
Right on. Dark CT, I will toss you an invite, but I need you to, like, hit me with your email or something, or email me, which my email is everywhere. It's vincentrventurilla@gmail.com, and I will happily toss you an invite, Dark CT.
We'll probably send you dick pics, too.
You will get those. Those come free with every invite. All dick pics all the time. How you doing, bud?
Good. Hey, you guys. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Hello,
How are
hello.
you this fine evening?
Nice to meet you. Yeah, it's doing good. Nice to meet you. Finally on the video here.
Absolutely. Good to have you along. So I'm hopefully going to come up and see you there, General, along with you and the rest of you boys are all up in Minnesota, Wisconsin.
Minnesota.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, I'm going to try to make it up there. Who else is up there with you? Like, Luke Davis is up there somewhere, right?
Luke, Nick Fensky. They're the active ones lately.
Gotcha.
Myself.
Are they relatively close to you?
I'm about an hour away.
That's not too
They're in the cities.
Gotcha. Yes, I'm not coming to visit you, Paul, because I don't like you. That's what it boils down to, so take that. Also because you live in California.
I'll never come to see you.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Also because you live in California, and, like, I can only take so many days off work to drive around the country and play Warhammer.
So not make it out to the West Coast then.
I think it's a lack of will more so than ability.
Look, I've driven to California on multiple occasions. I've driven to Alaska, okay? I have driven to Alaska and back to Ohio in 8 days. All right? That's a lot of driving. That all being said, like, if I'm going to actually stop and play Warhammer somewhere, yeah, there are limits. That's all I'm saying.
So what's up there on the planning then?
I'm thinking it'll probably be like June 5th through the 14th, something like that is when I want to try to do it. And Minnesota would be one of the last stops because like I'd literally be coming up after I'm finished hanging out with you guys. I'm just gonna probably come straight back here to Ohio. So that would probably be like that Saturday or Sunday. So that I think that's the 12th or 13th.
Good.
So if you all are around and available. I was gonna send an email to all of you today. I've been slowly trying to like piece the route together and email everybody to see if they're gonna be available then. So there you go. That will be that, and hopefully that will be a lot of fun. I am looking forward to it.
Yes, same here.
So what you putting together there, bud?
I'll show you a little bit. I am working on some Drop Zone Commander here, assembling them from the starter set.
Very nice. See, everybody's got some different models going on. It's okay, Paul. Nobody's gonna hit you with the haterade for picking different models.
I can feel the haterade. I feel it coming at me.
Well, War Machine just has so much potential hate because of the nature of it being the big competitor to, or seen as the big competitor to Warhammer, even though I'm not sure that's legitimately true. I think they're very different games.
Because it's such a different game. Like it's a, you know what I mean? It's like saying that, you know, I don't know, like how can you just say that this game that it's just because it's played on a tabletop, it's like the biggest competitor? How? I mean, they're totally different styles of play. Other than they contain models, there's really nothing else similar about them.
Yeah, I think it's just such a small market in general, right? Like it is. I mean, like Infinity is sort of a competitor to 40K, right? Even though those are like very, very different games. Very, very different games.
So I could totally see that the popularity of War Machine and Hordes being people getting from Warhammer being envious of the popularity because, look, man, I just bought a whole army of Legion. Basically, probably what I don't know, 50 points or something. I think that's pretty standard big game in this.
Yeah, I think the two. My understanding is the two tournament sizes are 30 and 50 points. Yes.
And I spent $100.
Yep.
Like that's brand new. Like, you know what I mean, $100 for a tournament-sized army? Like, are you kidding me? It's like 4 times the price, maybe a little bit less for some of the cheaper ones, but, you know, it's very easy to spend between $250 and $400 on a tournament-sized army in fantasy.
Oh, absolutely.
Yep. That's why I got excited for Adepticon this past year and got the big VIG bag, and on that I got pretty much like the starter set for the Wrath of Kings. Been reading over that over here. Look, here's the book.
Well, I heard good things about that.
Yeah, I've been read it over once so far through, and it seems mechanics are pretty simple. Got some dice here to play them with.
D10, right?
Yep, D10, and pretty much 2, I think, from the videos I've seen on other channels, probably 2 to 3 dice at most. And pretty much on the roll, you get a 50-50 chance, it seems like, on those videos, killing each other. So it goes pretty quick. The games are pretty quick, and so I'm looking forward to put those together here and try that.
Now, what faction did you pick up in Wrath of Kings?
Here. Newest box I got. They are the Shale Hong.
Yes. I am a fan of... I can't remember the name of it now. Shoot. The one with like the demon or vampire chicks with the little like buns.
House and Sheer.
Yes. Yes, I think those are pretty cool. I was very tempted to use those for my so again talking about the female corn army. I was very close to using those for bloodletters.
Yep. And also with the Adepticon, you get pretty much that starter box for that one army, which is good, $70 around there. So that you get that for free, and then of course I got some other stuff along with it to build the army up, and I just got this other box here the other day So I'm pretty much filled out and just got to assemble and paint them.
Very nice. Yeah, they have. I will say, Wrath of Kings. Like the thing I will give them is, regardless of the quality of the game, which I know nothing about, the quality of their models is not in question. I think they have some beautiful models. They do some very, very good work there. It's funny because so many other companies have really stepped up their game with the quality of their models in recent years. And I think maybe that's even part of the reason that we're seeing some of the Warhammer models where like they're bigger and more impressive, because a lot of these other companies are doing like slightly bigger scale models, and you really can just do cooler stuff at a slightly bigger scale, like the Blight King's size, than you can at a standard 28 mil infantry guy.
Yeah, I mean,
noticed that.
so many reiterations of the small guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed that too when I came back a couple years ago and played it in early 2001 for a few months and got my High Elves was the first army I ever had, and that was in plastic, so that must be one of the first armies in plastic. And now lately everything's been coming up as skirmish games and all these new detailed models. So miniature war gaming's getting pretty big, it seems to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I think the pressure's definitely on, right? I mean, I think the reality is the next couple years are going to be very definitive for Games Workshop, because they are facing more and real competition in the space. Like, and I think that's part of the real thing about it. Like, even though we said they're different games, right? Okay, yes. War Machine, it's like you got 20, 30 models or whatever the number happens to be for most armies, somewhere in that range. So it's not a direct competitor, one might say, but the reality is, yes, it is, right? In as much as a player, most people who play these games, you have a very limited bandwidth, right, that you can use to focus on. These games require a lot of attention and time and just care and investment. And War Machine especially is because it is a more focused like tournament game. Like, look at Malorian, and him leaving to focus on that, and it's competing for your dollars. Most people don't just have if they go spend $100 on War Machine, that's a lot of money, and they're gonna want to get some play out of that. You know what I mean?
Yep. I think my model count is for the Wrath of Kings is like 25 at max right now.
Yeah, that's pretty small. I mean, comparatively. I think that's why there's some pressure to lower the barrier of entry for G-Dub. Hey, Dark CT, how you doing?
Ahoy there, everyone. Am I coming in all right?
You are. Yes, can hear you quite clearly.
Wunderbar. I'm doing okay.
Yeah, I was happy to let you join, but I can't just magically summon you.
Unfortunately, no. I was looking over on Google. Well, it took me a moment to check via email, but it works out in the end. So hey,
There you go. Yeah, so you said, now do you know, you said that there is some fluff. Do you know anything about the fluff of War Machine hordes there, Dark CT?
Oh, a little bit. The funny thing about it is I got into Games Workshop products while trying to get somebody out of them. So I did know a bit about War Machine, and I was actually trying to sell it to somebody, which was actually very successful, I have to admit.
That's pretty funny.
The thing about it is that it's not so much that there isn't a lore for Worm Hordes and in particular the Iron Kingdoms. They have their own RPG. They have their own stuff about that. It's just that it's not as easy to track down as, say, what's become of the lore for Warhammer Fantasy and Warhammer 40k. It's that kind of thing. And you would be right in the argument, argument at least to some extent, that the company spends a lot more time focusing on the game itself, because they do take a much more active approach with it than with keeping the rules balanced, keeping the gameplay competitive, that kind of thing. So
right. Yeah, it seems to me like they consider it a real priority. Like, they're making a tournament game and they know it. So kind of like, again, much in the Magic the Gathering style. Hey, Kieran, how you doing?
Hi, peoples.
It is a Party tonight. That's right, baby. When people, I said,
yeah.
you want an invite, I will throw it out. So we're gonna have to keep this reasonable. So like there's 5 people now. So when someone's talking, don't jump over them too bad. But hey, we got a lot of people here, so that's great. I love it. I love a good big band. Hey, Paul. Love you.
Okay.
Hugh doesn't have the robe on tonight.
What's that?
Kieran doesn't have his robe on like you have tonight.
Oh, yes.
Oh, nor do I have any cool hats on either. Maybe I should go get a cool hat. I'm gonna make everybody feel more comfortable, right?
Oh, yes. I know I would feel much more comfortable if you were in some kind of silly hat, especially if it were pink or themed toward a popular girls' cartoon television show.
I don't think I would own anything like that, but thanks for weirding me out.
You seem like kind of a Winx Club fan. I don't know. So let's talk about the Winx Club for a minute. Does everybody know what the Winx Club is? Anybody know what the Winx Club is?
Who? The Winx Club?
I'm vaguely familiar with it.
Is that a gentleman's club?
No, although it's funny you would make that comparison. The Winx Club is a terrible Saturday morning cartoon show. It's basically Harry Potter for girls. That's the easiest way I could explain it. There are little pixies, and they go to pixie magic school. And they were they were fought by the witches who went to witch school. And the boys don't get magic at all. They go to hero school, and they learn to be heroes. They do, however, get sweet tech and swords and jets and stuff. So I'm not sure they don't totally lose out on this deal. Now, this is a terrible cartoon for 12-year-old girls, but I have watched 3 seasons of this show because 1, I have no life, and 2, I worked retail for a long time. This came on back in 2002 or 3 or something, right? It's writing the Harry Potter craze. And when you work retail, I don't know, but Kieran, you spent some time in retail, right?
I have, but that didn't make me feel closer to wanting to communicate and connect with 12-year-old girls.
Well, that wasn't what I was doing either. I was just bored at work.
So don't try to drag me down that parallel.
You hang around Chuckie Cheeses a lot when you're on the weekends, right, Kieran? Is that sort of what you do? Or?
That's the thing you do, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what we do.
Just make sure to watch out for Freddy, I guess.
Absolutely.
Oh, wow.
So, yes, I would find myself on Saturday morning. I worked for Comp USA, if anybody remembers that store when it existed.
Yup.
And all your Comp USA, the best place in the world to buy giant 100 packs of CDs, blank CDs that you will never use, ever. That was the main thing we sold, apparently. Free after rebate, 100 packs of CDs. And
Can I return those, by the way?
It's funny you say that. I was just talking to somebody who I worked with the other day, and I was like, how much, what is the percentage of those? Because people used to come in with, carts when there was, free after rebate, no limit, 100 packs of CDs, and they would just fill the cart with them and then go submit, just hundreds of rebates. What's the percentage of those that are just sitting there blank still with no data on them? The amount of unused data storage just from that few years of CDs being printed has to be astronomical.
Oh yeah, I got two rings of those in the basement that I was staring at a while ago, wondering what to do with.
I have a leftover ring of those myself.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think we all have at least one, right? And those guys have to have 10.
I'm eavesdropping.
Then do you have a whole storage room of them?
Absolutely. When the store closed, I just loaded them on the back of a truck and was just like, let's go, get out of here. It was like a high for completely worthless data storage.
You never have too many.
Okay, so
Yes, you can.
not that I want to spend too long on this. But
Go on your home leg.
What was the point of your Wink story?
Oh yeah, back to the Winx Club, right? So the Winx Club was a school for girls I happen to know a lot about, and they wore outfits and hats, and maybe you could get a Winx Club hat. That was that was what we call a Vince story. It's a ton of exposition for no purpose at all. The punchline has no value. It's just all in the setup. That's how I roll. There you go. So maybe you could get a Winx Club hat. I mean, look into it. I don't know why you're not doing this for the quality of the show. I feel like our Paintisodes would really step up a notch if you would go get a Winx Club hat.
Well, on the contrary, I would counter with, I don't want to appear like a creepy old man. So, I'm going to not do that.
Creepy. I kind of already filled that bill.
I am at home with my creepiness. It's fine. Yeah, I mean, look, I am what I am. It's all right. I'm not trying to be. I don't want to be offensive to anybody. I have full respect for all people. But like, I was watching, or no, I know what it was. My wife was like sort of surfing on Facebook, and she showed me a picture. So I guess probably like prom or something was recently, right? Like that was a thing in the U.S. I don't know.
Yep,
It's been a long time since I was in high school. Thank you.
Should be
And
nice.
so she showed me a picture of some of her friends who had daughters who were going off to prom, and I'm like, wow, they really got at it young. But hey, whatever. And she was like, she showed me a picture for the purpose of saying, these girls look so adult. How are they in high school? And like, they did look adult. And I said, now those are high school girls, correct? I said, now how old would they be? And my wife was like, I don't know, probably 17 or 18. I was like, all right, I'm just trying to judge how bad about myself I should feel right now. Because obviously I should feel guilty. Like, I get it. That's totally true. I need to know how guilty. So.
Yeah, and that's fair. I mean, I tend to find myself through the wintertime in a fair number of high schools because I go and referee a lot of basketball. And I'll admit to you that sometimes I have to turn away or else go to jail.
Sure. It's a dark world.
Sometimes that
Look,
feeling crosses my mind.
Yeah, the being a responsible adult is not about never having these thoughts. It's about, acting on them appropriately and feeling the appropriate amount of shame, which I do. And that's what's relevant. Right. Yes. That's what makes you a responsible adult. Let's move on to other subjects before we just completely go off and ruin everything there.
Okay. So no silly hats.
No silly hats. Yeah, I think that was the take-home point of all that. So, Kieran, why don't we talk about the painting challenge for the PMP, since this is a Paintisode and is theoretically adjacent to that. Why don't you talk a little about it, so I can shut up for a minute.
Okay. Well, we bandied around this idea that the PMP should have some monthly focus, perhaps, and this doesn't have to be something that everybody needs to drive towards, but those that want a little bit of an extra incentive to get something done with a purpose can jump in on the thematic painting challenge that Vince just threw up this morning. Was it this morning?
Yeah, it was this morning. Yep.
Yeah.
Tempest Fugit.
Yeah, this was a little bit inspired by something that I've been doing with the Weird Games forum. They just sparked off something called the Iron Painter, where they choose a theme for everybody to go out and try to interpret that theme and do a model or a group of models that represent that in some way. And so that's kind of what we're trying to carry over here to the PMP side of things. So challenge number 1 was to try to do some kind of model or group of models that represent the idea of fair but foul. So,
Yes.
Think about that.
I love that idea. It came up in your thing that you had to do for your contest was like, what was it? It was Fool's Gold, right?
Fool's Gold was our bag.
Yes. I love the idea because it's so general. Like, it really, you kind of have to think about it and then think about, well, what would I actually want to do that would fit with that theme? And I love that, like, a very wide sort of latitude of different things could be the appropriate choice. I think that's pretty cool.
So, actually, I had to think about that this afternoon, about what kind of model I would do for it.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw, Tim, that you had flashed up some shale hand models that you got in your tickle trunk.
Yep.
And I think I'm going to do one of them. I'm going to do one of those big sisters.
Do we have a sample for the people? Do you happen to have one handy, Tim?
I don't have them nearby here. I don't know if Tim's got them handy.
No, I don't have the
Sure.
model or symbol, but I can look at the picture here.
It's the creepy lady with the nipple tassels. That's what I'm doing.
Here we go. It's popping up here. Can people see?
Oh, nice. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Here, let me lock you for a second.
Okay.
Yeah, great.
There she is. That's the one he's talking about.
Yeah,
Of course.
that's what I'm talking about.
That is 100% fair but foul. That's fantastic. We got another one
A
there.
couple close, some more other ones if possible. That lady.
Yeah, I was thinking about those ones as well.
Those just seem more fair.
This one model I saw was the one model I saw looked like they had her painted naked, but then I look at the picture, she's Death Bloom, but she's wearing like a white robe underneath just some red straps.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's just so skin tight she looks naked.
Yep. I guess maybe the color of the painting too that they had.
Tim, did you get that model? That last one you just flashed up there?
Oh, I got the whole set, yeah. I got the whole set from
Including
Adepticon. Yep.
Yeah,
So I got all the characters, all the infantry guys, everything, about 25 models.
Yeah, I did their Kickstarter business, and the only Kickstarter I've ever pitched in on, and I don't think I'll do it again. I just don't want to wait 2 years to get those models. Like, it was exciting at the time, and the promise of the game was something very cool. Started to watch YouTube videos and their advertising, and then a year and a half passes, and I've just lost interest in it now. So I got the stack of models in the basement, and I'm trying desperately to find excuses to get them out and paint them.
Yeah, it's a thing, right? Like, some of those just take so long to deliver. I mean, that Wrath of Kings was a good example. That thing was just delayed forever. And, like, some of those things were probably the company's fault for, maybe poor planning or, lack of prior planning. But some of them were just completely out of their control. Like, the Wrath of Kings got delayed there at the end because the California dock strike, right? The figs were coming in from China, and they got stuck on a boat sitting in the LA harbor.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And that delayed it like a whole other month because, things were stuck out there forever because of that strike. So it's the kind of situation where, I went in pretty hard recently on the Toughest Girls in the Galaxy 2.
Right?
Yeah, that.
I love female minis. That's my bag. Everybody knows that's what I like to paint. Women are just more fun to paint. They have better shapes. And I have always, like back in the day when I played 40K, I really wanted a Sisters of Battle army. But the reality was I was far too poor to own a Sisters of Battle army because, even then they were impossible to get your hands on because they were all metal and special order and expensive.
Still waiting for that to ever be fixed. Current date is program post date's bloody never.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're exactly right. They've always remained expensive, but that's what's cool about TGG2 is that they obviously have a whole, whether you want to do them as fantasy or 40K, they have a whole fantasy sci-fi range of like holy female warriors, and I am completely in on that. I will. Yes, please, that times 100, man. Like, they have angry nuns with machine guns, like hot angry nuns with machine guns, and women who are wearing like scripture as their like bikini armor. I don't think you could describe a figure I'm more interested in than that. That sounds like a wonderful mix of blasphemy and awesomeness. So yeah, I'm all about it.
It's true. I was looking at that, and I was of two minds. I'm like, yay, finally, an alternative set of models for Sisters of Battle. But then I stopped and I said to myself, now, what's the running odd that they're going to come out before GW actually gets off of their butts and does a plastic run?
Realistically, their delivery date that they set was like next March, and I don't believe that. I'm expecting next summer at earliest. So that's exactly what you said. It's a year and a half, right?
What's going on in 40K these days? Who knows? I can't really speak to it. I've been keeping an eye on 40K for a while, though, and who knows? Maybe this is the year. I have no idea.
Definitely.
Those
the year
models,
40K.
did they promise to be any cheaper, though, in the end?
Cost-wise, I think they'll both... Wait, do you mean out of the Kickstarter? Like, are they cheaper to buy them out of the Kickstarter than retail? Or would the TGG2
No.
models be cheaper than Game
No,
Workshop?
I mean, obviously things are cheaper when you hit up Kickstarter, but
Right.
down the road, when they hit retail pricing, would they realistically be any less than a Games Workshop pack-up models?
Ah,
What do you think?
hard one. Well, with Sisters, there's really nowhere to go, but there's really almost nowhere to go but down if you're talking about reasonability. But at the same time, from what I remember about Raging Heroes' is models, I don't know. They do tend towards a more higher end on the price lane, from what I remember. But that's just me.
Yeah.
So let me put it this way: if Sisters came down, even like if you could pack their Battlesisters account as like at least $20 below, it would start to look better, but it would still be bad. I think the gold call would be 40-45 for 10 would be good. At least that'd be a nice starting point.
Yeah, I'm just kind of speculating there because I'm actually a guy that does have a whole Battle Sisters army.
You do.
And, yeah.
So jelly.
Totally. My Imperial Guard lieutenants were all Sisters of Battle because that was all I could afford. So I would buy I bought all the female Sisters of Battle. I was able to get one pack and I made them my lieutenants on the old Force Org chart back in, God, I don't know what edition of 40K would have been 99, third edition, fourth edition probably, something in that range. Where you had the Imperial Guard had the very hard Force Org. It was 2 block. You had to have 2 to 6 blocks of 10 to 60 troops, and they fed to a lieutenant who had a command group who then fed to your general, and so on and so forth.
Oh,
They had a really rigid structure.
Yeah, think about the days where Imperial Guard were only available metal models.
You say that, and
That was
I
the time.
complain about the price, but my Imperial Guard army was all Cadians or Cadians, I think.
Cadians, yeah.
The winter people. No, not Cadians then, because they must have been the hard-bitten soldiers. What were the winter people? The Russian dudes with the furry hats? Valhallan, yes.
They were called Valhallans. Yeah.
Yes, and those guys were only available in metal, and that was my whole army. I had it was all that. That was all I had.
That's just sick. But as someone who, for me, the whole thing with minis in general is kind of I probably am in the exact wrong place because I don't let myself have a very big budget for personal expenditure on any one thing. So with me, a committal on other things, it's always been kind of hard. It's why I keep trying to keep an eye on minis in every direction I can to find something that'll just finally sing oh, so I'll finally jump in. I'm learning where I stand, but it's taking forever,
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being, more reserved with your spending, because you can occasionally get, and the key is to remember you're on your own time frame. Earlier in the Paintisode, or maybe it wasn't even a Paintisode, I think maybe it was off air when we were talking, Paul. I mentioned my buddy who has his ridiculous Empire fake army, where he has some Empire stuff, but the problem was it's not enough. It's an army from the 90s. It's basically my old army from the 90s, and it's all now he wants to use all the new stuff that didn't exist then. He wants to use demogryphs and hurricanums and things like that. So what ends up being on the table facing me is 6 different armies models. I'm staring down a Skaven Screaming Bell as a hurricanum, and some and there'll be a Chaos Warrior Chariot as a second steam tank because I only own one, and whatever, all this stuff. And I mean, if you just watch and you're patient, I picked up a pretty darn cheap, pretty big Empire force for $60 off of eBay that had more than 100 figs in it.
Circle model.
So
Yeah, and I think that there's lots
What
of
are you
avenues out there. I'm
holding up
always
to
a little
the
bit.
screen, Paul?
Yeah, what model is that
I'm always
exactly?
Amazed.
I have no idea. Some model from Everblight.
Give me a second. I'll go look it up. I know that model. I've had to see it before.
Hey, Vince. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good, big creepy shark guy. How are you?
You wanna go check out Chuckie Cheese's later?
Absolutely. That's right, Bruce. Creepy shark guy.
That's probably a heavy jack. I have a suspicion. Is it the Carnivian? Maybe not.
You got me.
Hold
So
on.
Vince, you were on a Soviet kick back in the 90s or something?
Between the communist steam tank and the all-Russian Imperial Guard, I've been found out. Yes. Winston Churchill famously said, when you're 20 years old, if you're not liberal, you have no heart. When you're 40 years old, if you're not conservative, you have no head. And I don't know, that's fine. I accept his bit of wisdom. Churchill has always had great quotes. And I was certainly fascinated by the Russian people and the Russian paradigm when I was 20 or so, yes, and collecting that. I found their stalwart nature to be interesting. So yes, I was a bit of a Russophile, probably. That's the right word for that.
Probably. That's either a Carnivian or a Ravagore, by the way. Those models look really
No.
sick.
That's a convincing made-up word. If it's not a real word, Vince, I like it.
Yeah, absolutely. There you go.
Russophile.
Russophile.
It's about right. Something like that.
Yeah. But yes, it's funny. Those Imperial Guard are the only army I own that I've ever sold. I am very much in the business of never getting rid of anything Warhammer. Or anything in general when it comes to games. I still have all of my D&D books from every edition of D&D that I've ever played. I've never gotten rid of those. I got rid of my Magic cards one time back in '96, and I regret that to this day. Now I've managed to rebuild most of that collection, although I couldn't rebuild all of it because I would like to live in a house and own a car.
Oh.
And those would all be impossible things if that amount of funds was spent to recuperate my collection that I had from starting playing in '94.
You
when
had
we were
the
buying.
boxes. Oh.
Yes, I did. Yeah, at that time, yeah, sure. I never had the true Power 9, but I did have a couple Moxes, and my more price at that time was I was 2 cards short of a full Arabian Nights set. Which I then got rid of.
Oh man.
No one's more sad about it than me, buddy.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, I agree with that. I'm a bit of a pack rat myself. The only things I've ever actually wanted to sell are the models for games I'm no longer focusing on. And I just have them sitting here they're just staring at me, and I'm like, yeah, I know you're there. No, I'm not going to put you together. I've got other plans now. I got to find where I sit. And they keep staring at me from the other room, just calling me. One of them speaking in old tongue Necron, going, "You need to come back here and assemble and paint me." No.
I mean,
Sometimes I talk to my models as well when they're in there, and I try to convince them to paint each other.
Any success?
I'm always disappointed.
Yeah, if you ever crack that code, please tell me, because that would be really handy
yeah.
for getting my friends' armies painted.
No, I will.
Totally.
I will sell that secret for thousands.
Thousands. You're lowballing. Come on.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. You're aiming low on that kind of a secret. If I could choose Cold Fusion or teaching models to paint themselves, I would choose teaching model to paint themselves. Screw the energy needs of the world. We'll get by.
I'll do Cold Fusion and install that so that I can get my full army commissioned. How about that?
All I know is the Saint promised me Cold Fusion back in the '90s, and I really feel like Val Kilmer lied to me.
That was promised self-lacing shoes and hoverboards. How do you think I feel?
That's true. This year as well, as a matter of fact.
Is that what broke you on the Is that what broke you on the Russian spirit as well, Vince? You gave up on the Russians when they failed at that cold fusion?
Absolutely, yeah. When they, yes, 100%.
When they failed to bury us.
I must break you.
But on that subject, CT, what I think about a lot is I'm always marveling about the secondary market of miniatures.
Yes.
And how they're just such a cut rate cost at a lot of stages. Like I look around here and there's a trading board locally. I often spend some time on the barter town as well, and very occasionally go look in at eBay. And it is not unusual to get a whole Warhammer army for $100 at all.
I need to probably track because there are some armies I'm actually interested in when it comes to Warhammer 40k right now that I would indeed like to have amongst my collection. Yes.
Absolutely.
Well,
I pulled like enough lizardmen for a core lizardman force. Like that is to say, I didn't get any of the monsters, but I got all everything else you'd need, like 70 plus skinks, 40 regular sauruses, 40 temple guard, and multiple Slann. Like there was actually 3 Slann in there. I don't know why you would ever need 3 Slann. I don't have no idea what army has 3 Slann.
Actually, I do know why.
Just an unusual grand army.
I think what it had to do with was there's bound to be a reasoning for it back when the Slann were even more powerful than they are now. But I guess that'd be it probably for Grand Army. Yeah, you're probably right. I mean,
but yeah, I picked that up for $30.
What?
So the deals are out there.
Masters at the job. Like, okay, if I find that kind of thing for a Tau army, I'm jumping on that with no hesitation. Mine.
I mean, but I'm amazed at what people will let it go for. Like, one end is that it exists out there for people to buy.
Well,
but the people are willing to let it go for that.
I can actually feel that one a little bit.
It speaks to the fact that.
But go ahead. Sorry.
I think it speaks to the fact that a lot of people complain about the price of miniatures, etc., etc. But we can still buy miniatures faster than we can paint them. Most people that are involved. I don't know if it's
Absolutely.
for everybody, but
Yeah, agreement here.
Yeah, I often, even at the speed I paint, which I think, I'm not, again, this isn't like, oh, I'm so modest, look at how fast I paint. But I think, like, I don't think there's much illusion out there that I put out models. And, I mean, just, again, no secret, I spend 40 to 60 hours a week painting at least, at bare mins. And it's not hard to get if you're just in the market for a bunch of models cheap, it's not hard to get it. And even at that time frame, you're just not cranking out that much, right?
I think that's a problem in any hobby. Like, I'm currently on a tear about keeping track of my Steam library for video games, and it's like, look at all the sales I've collected. Look at the back catalog of games I need to finish. How many hundreds of hours will this require? We don't know. Put it on the pile.
No, it's a great point. Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. Yes, Steam, like those kind of games, it's the same way. You're like, oh, well, this game, there's this, special deal going on. It's cheap. I'll just pick up these games because they're cheap. And then do you ever actually really play them or get, even though they're only $5 or something, do you ever actually get that $5 out of them?
Well, that's debatable. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. It's
Right.
The thing about games is that sometimes you get a game where it's like I've burnt like back when Pokemon was still a new thing. I remember burning 800 hours on one of those cartridges. No joke. So it's like you can easily get a situation in where a game will be well worth it, but to make up for the fact that you burnt extra money on other games that was not. It's interesting.
It's more of a law of averages thing, you're saying?
More or less. I mean, for the games that I've played and beaten and then put into the side, there's other games that have a certain amount of replayability, like Don't Starve from Play Entertainment. It's such a good game. Just because of it's just a survival ecosystem, and you can mod the tar out of it, so it's going to be so different. And I literally spend my time testing mods on that thing nowadays. Talking with a guy right now about how to create a whole new set of monsters into the ecosystem with it. It's great.
Look, all I'm saying is, I believe Dragon Warrior, the first one, cost me, probably $30 for my Nintendo, and I don't think there's a game to this day, barring an MMO or two, that I've gotten more hours of gameplay out of than Dragon Warrior. That game takes forever. I trace all modern multiplayer, massive multiplayer online role-playing games, not to EverQuest or even UO or anything like that. They all trace back to Dragon Warrior. That is the game that set the paradigm for how these games work.
Did it have fishing?
It's a good question. No, it
Because
did
Lord
not.
of the Rings Online has that.
It does, absolutely. My guild hall is full of 30 and 40 and 50-pound fish.
Ooh, how's the fishing system in that, actually?
You throw a fishing pole out into water and you catch fish based on where you are in the world.
That's why I'm waiting for Dovetail Games Fishing. To have a proper fishing game again. Jeez.
If you're really in the market for a high-end fishing sim, this is not your game. If you like sitting around as a hobbit smoking a pipe and casting water into the Brandywine, this is not a bad investment.
Staying away. Because after Final Fantasy XI, no MMO will ever top the fishing experience for me in an MMO, at any rate, apparently.
First of all, it's funny to me...
Go.
What'd you say? What'd you say, Paul?
No, just go to Bass Pro Shop, buy a boat, and go fishing.
Do I sound like I have money for a boat?
or you could get a stick and a string and a worm, all of which so far are basically free. Find any body of water, combine these elements I've just listed, and catch fish. Like, fishing costs effectively $0 if you wanted to. That's why we as humans have done it forever, because it is like an ample supply of free food. They just grow down there.
I'm gonna venture a guess here that it's not a cost barrier, but it's a spending time outside barrier.
Fishing is a sport I can get behind in reality. I'm not looking for the experience in a video game. I use the term sport as loosely as it should be here. But, like, fishing in reality, now that's a great thing. Like, because it seems to me that the point of fishing has very little to do with fishing. It seems like the point of fishing is to go sit around and drink and sleep with a pole in the water.
Yeah.
Fishing is a magical...
And hang out with your granddad.
Yeah. And that all seems like cool stuff. I can get behind that. You were saying, Paul, I'm sorry.
Before we
I've had experiences fishing where, it's just a couple dudes in a boat, nothing was said for hours, and it's like the greatest time of all.
Sure. That story really could have went another direction, I thought. Where, like, it's just a couple dudes in the boat, and then, and then you were going to go a different direction. All right.
I mean, there was no clothes on the entire time, if that's what you're asking.
Right, I mean, it was naked fishing, of course.
Strip fishing.
Yes. For every fish you catch, everybody else in the boat has to lose a piece of clothing. That's how you play strip fishing. I mean, everybody knows that.
And then halfway through, we're like, there's only dudes in this boat.
Like, wait!
And then we continue.
Yes, that does not dissuade you.
Hopefully you got the gallon jug of sunblock with.
Nice. Yes, very critical for strip fishing. Yeah, you don't want to be sunblockless on a warm summer's day when strip fishing. It's good advice. Good advice, Tim. This is practical. This Paintisode is giving real practical advice for real life situations, and that's what I think is good. All right, what were you gonna say? You were trying to stop us before we barreled down this road, Kieran, but sorry, too late. We were going. Steam ahead.
Well, yeah, it turned into a little bit of weird man love there for a moment, but I'm glad we glossed over it. What I wanted to show you is, again, back on the subject of how cheap miniatures are available in the world. I was at the game shop yesterday, and the game shop locally has turned over to a new ownership in the last couple of months. So he's changing kind of what product lines he sells, etc., etc. And he's got Lord of the Rings miniatures in there, like the Games Workshop Lord of the Rings ones.
Yes.
And I bought this stack right here. Let's spin this around. Lock it on me for a second, Vince,
Certainly. Locked.
if you can.
You're locked.
Okay. Here it is. The cat was not part of the deal, but
Wow.
stack of marbles right here.
Dang.
Holy crap balls. Is that one thing deep or two things deep?
Okay. Well, this is there's a Mumac down here at the bottom, and then there's the War of the Rings books and some other source books, and then there's
Smog
2,
there.
4, 6. There's 14 other troop boxes.
Oh my god. That's
Okay.
amazing.
So, now that you've seen that, if you were to give me a freaking ridiculous lowball offer on that,
Mm-hmm.
what would you offer on that?
I'll give you $100.
And then after you all guess, I'll tell you what I actually paid.
Okay, I'll give you $100.
$250.
I paid $30 for that.
What?
Okay.
What?
I don't know what warp dust the people you get these deals are from are on, but I want some of that dust because it is some fine stuff. Gee.
Holy crap.
Get it from the 75%.
You all need to, all need to come to Red Claw Gaming in Edmonton and do some shopping.
Does this guy have an online store? Because I would be willing
Yeah,
to
there you
pay
go.
shipping.
So, no, it's not an online store.
Vince, there's some warpstone around this world that we apparently haven't found yet.
Apparently.
We gotta get on that.
Yeah, I think, Kieran, I'm going to need to change my travel plans for the Warhammer World Tour to swing up to the Great White North after all. Geez.
Yeah. Well, effectively, his take on it was that he had it on a clearance table for about 6 weeks, and sold 0 of it on his clearance table, and so he was going to take it to a game auction this weekend. And I said, you know what? I'm going to give you a super lowball offer. And he's like, yeah, do it. Give me a super lowball offer because I really expect to get nothing out of this in an auction. And I said $20, and he said, screw you, $40. And I said, no, let's meet in the middle. He's like, done. That's how that happened.
Well, that is pretty awesome, I will say. I would love to have one of those Mumacs like that alone. What were some of the other boxes you got?
Yeah, you know what? I'll send you a gift. Sure.
I wasn't saying that. That wasn't me fishing.
Back on
Good segue.
Yeah, thank you. But yes, that Mumac is truly awesome. That is the big elephant, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
That
got
thing
your
is
Lord of the
amazing.
Rings terminology correct.
Yes. That thing is absolutely amazing.
Yeah. Could make a big if you want to Warhammer it up, I'm sure you can make a big Chaos Mammoth out of it.
Oh, absolutely, man. There's doesn't that exist in the Tamurkhan book or whatever? Isn't there a big war mammoth thing in there?
Yes, it does.
That's a 500 point model, I think.
I think it
With
might
some
be.
Marauder crew riding on the back.
Yeah. So I have a legit. This is a real question. This isn't me being sarcastic. I really mean this. Why are Chaos Dwarves like generally allowed and smiled upon at tournaments and seen as okay? I mean, they come from that book, but like the other stuff that's in that book generally isn't played. Like, why can't I take one of those big Chaos Elephant things?
Well, if you play in Alberta, you can. First off. Yeah, why you can't in your neighborhood, I don't know.
Some of them are slightly unbalanced.
Yeah, I mean, right, sure, because that's a reason to not allow a unit in Warhammer. I'm just saying, like, I'm sure around my table if I did it and showed the rules, like, people would be like, okay, sure, I don't care, whatever you want, a giant elephant.
We actually hosted GT that you're supposed to take those. So you get
Oh, really?
you get 500 points for a monster contingent. You can take
Nice.
anything from Termican or Storm of Magic.
That's awesome. So it's like, what is it? What's the one Once Bitten's always practicing for, like, once a year? Is that Grail Quest or something where they allow, like, some hundreds of points of monsters or something? It's like that kind of a setup?
Yeah.
Yep. 300 points, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I want to see that steamship or whatever on the table, like the Empire land ship.
Yeah, that's a great model. Great model. There's a big event that we do in Calgary in July, and it's called Warhammered. And the whole point of this is to drink as much as you can while playing Warhammer.
Oh,
And almost every custom scenario has something about drinking involved in it. But that's the sidebar. What I'm really trying to say is that in those events, that Storm Magic monster stuff is encouraged, and we see all kinds of wacky stuff, including that land ship. There's one guy that comes with his Empire army that brings that land ship each time. It's great.
I had never really looked through the Tamurican book until recently. I wasn't that interested in it because I don't like dwarves. And my impression of the book was that it was just full of chaos dwarves. I didn't realize how full of other stuff it was until my buddy Tom from Warhammer Weekly got the book and brought it over and showed it to me, and I was like, wow, this thing is full of really cool stuff. Why did I not know about this? And it just made me think, like, man, we really need to just get some more of this crap on the table. Like, I love big, unusual models. That cool Empire, I think she's like a Death or Shadowcaster on like a Carmine dragon or something, right? On a big dragon.
Like
Elspeth, I think her name is.
Yeah, something like that.
I think her name is Elspeth or
Elspeth
Lady.
Cereal.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's good. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, stuff like that is awesome. That's what I want. Like, I want to do. I love big, crazy models. Just things that are unusual. Like, I don't mind. I like rank and file too. I like to have bricks of infantry and knights and stuff on the table. But I like having big, sexy pieces too. Like, I want it all.
So
Well, it sounds like you're just in a neighborhood that isn't allowing you that to happen. But make it happen.
So it also makes it really entertaining when.
I would say to you.
You did.
No, go ahead.
Because all those things that you mentioned in the Tamarkan book, I've seen on the battlefield in my gaming communities,
Awesome community you've got.
including the big old toad dragon.
Oh, cool.
So is the Toad Dragon the one that does D6 wounds on its breath weapon? Or is that the Carmine?
No, that's the Carmine dragon. I think it's a Carmine dragon that does that.
Yeah, that got fact pretty quick for our tournament.
They call him Ogre Killer. Take that, Death Star. Woof! Gone. Just gone.
Oh, God, you're right.
See you later, Iron Guts.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. I think it was in there for like one tournament. So I mean, it wasn't even someone's mean list. It was just like some ogres, and the dude just flew up and was just like, breath template. Your whole army's dead.
Just immediately drops dead. Yeah, that's badass.
Because I'm pretty sure it's insanely high strength too. I think it was like strength 7 or something retarded.
Yeah, I don't really recall that part of it.
Pretty sure it's pretty high strength.
What I do recall about that toad dragon is trying to fight it with elves, and it has a rule in there that says this thing is impossible to wound for anything less than strength 4.
Yeah,
so
that
don't
was
even roll that.
Yeah, we had to fact that too.
So it's got old toughness 8, right?
Yeah, that's right.
What edition did that actually change in? 7th? Or trying to think when the wound
No,
charge
just this
changed
recent
over.
one, I think.
Was it 8th?
I think it's only just in 8th where 6s are possible.
God. Yet another thing that enabled Hero Hammer back in the day, right? The fact that there were legitimate models on the table that just couldn't be wounded by most of the enemy army.
As rare as it is, that's still a thing in 40K from what I've seen. every so often you get into a situation like that where all your small guns have already shot everything else, and now there's just one gigantic thing tromping down the board, and you're like, fuck, I can't kill that.
Well, because it's like AP2 or not AP2, sorry, because that's the gun. It's like got a 2-up armor save or something, and hence your last gun's bouncing off.
It's not even 2-up.
Some
It's like
feel that that's okay.
it's like there's scenarios where you can have a vehicle or a walker with an armor value so high, and because they still use that old school rule, a lot of your guns aren't going to work on it. So if your anti-tank gets destroyed and they've got like an equivalent of a tank tromping up the board, you can't actually shoot it down without some real finagling. It's that kind of thing. I mean, certain armies get away with not having that rule, like the Necrons actually do have the always wound on 6 scenario with their Gauss, but everything else is just kind of, yeah, good luck with that.
You were
Somehow I kind of feel okay with
you're
that,
okay
though,
with that
because
scenario?
yeah, I can't imagine a whole bunch of Imperial Guard conscripts running up to a Warhound Titan, etc. No matter how many hundreds of times they hammer their fists and their bayonet butts against it, I don't think it's going to do any significant notice.
Totally not.
Like I appreciate that on some wacky movies, the rodent somehow finds his way into some vent hole and causes some thermic explosion because he crawls into some engine housing. But yeah, I don't really buy into that in the game terms.
That's fair. I don't know. For me, it's just like when I'm looking at minis these days.
So I guess what I'm saying is, I'm okay with there being stuff that's unwoundable.
Just something
Yeah,
to
I mean,
prepare
now
for,
it gets
yeah.
translated purely into armor save, right? Like high toughness is a much lower value now in the game because of that sort of a thing, which is, I think, honestly, another big limitation on the Tomb Kings. When you look at that book being, one of the first 8th edition books, it reads like it was designed in a world where high toughness still mattered a lot. Like that. My war sphinxes that I love more than life itself, with their big T8, like the number of times those have just been taken down by not even poison shooting, just random strength 3 shooting, just enough crossbow bolts from dark shards get leveled at them or something, and it falls over.
Mm-hmm.
Which is annoying.
It is, for sure.
My giant stone man should not be being killed by dumb little elves with their crossbows.
Well, he took an arrow to the eye.
Clearly.
Probably because it also shouldn't be able to be poisoned.
I was
Another
just
thing
thinking that,
changed
Paul.
at some point. Yeah, absolutely. I remember when only magical poisons could affect undead, right? So Skaven were cheating in so many ways, even back then, because all of their poisons were magical, or most were at least.
That's because Skaven are magical.
They are. They are. Much like friendship, they are in fact magic.
One of the things that first bothered me about that was poisoning war machines. So your toughness 7 dwarven stone thrower gets wounded by a blow dart from a skink.
Well, absolutely.
How
I mean,
corrosive is that? That you have just ruined the superstructure of this with. It's poor.
Absolutely. I mean, the best way in the game is certainly like the thing that's killing the most war machine crews, short of like independent flying eagles or crap like that, is probably poison things like gutter runners and chameleon skinks and that kind of crap, right? Just sneaking around with poison shots and just putting them down.
Yep.
So yeah, it's not just unusually possible. It's freaking common. Right.
Well, that and like true flight arrows, right? Arrows nowadays are just like, yeah, I'll just shoot at your cannon in the back. Oh, for 6s. All right. Well.
At the same time, I don't have a problem with. I feel like true flight arrows were like a really cool thing that they gave to Wood Elves. I always felt weird playing Tomb Kings and having like always hitting on 5s when Wood Elves had no similar thing. I was like, this seems weird to me. Like, I feel like they should have that same thing. And so now they do, so that's cool. They have the better version of it. which is fair to me.
To be frank, when I first found out about the fact that Tomb Kings could do that and that the Littles are going to get that, I kind of smiled because my first match with cover involved the Watchtower, and I wasn't aware until I took a shot at the tower because I was that green with the rules that the cover was on 7s for the dwarves I had. The Coral was trying to take a shot, and I just and when I found out about the always hitting on X rules, I said, I'm picturing that arrow just matrixing through the window, around the corner, and into that guy's eye. Just every time. Why is it always the eye? Because it is.
Sure, absolutely. It's just basically all the elves are like Larry Bird and Michael Jordan in the old McDonald's commercials of nothing but net. Yeah, I mean, that's all that's going on.
Totally.
Yeah, it's just like the whole army has no armor and super high toughness. There's a bunch of super high toughness stuff, and all of it's pretty irrelevant. Like, super high toughness doesn't buy you much. Now, when you combine super high toughness with like a 1-up armor save and say, like, I don't know, like, let me just pick a number of wounds. Like, what would be a totally obscene and ridiculous number of wounds to have with a high toughness and 1-up armor? Like 10? Would 10 be out of the box? I mean, that would never happen, right?
No, don't be silly.
Steam tanks forever. My.
You're getting into Glotka neighborhood.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, steam tanks are little mini lords of chaos running around.
Don't get me started.
I do like, you know, one of the funny things to me about steam tanks, probably my favorite thing about steam tanks, is that they are Anthony's universal currency. They are like the Esperanto of Warhammer unit value, right? Like whenever Ant is talking about the value of something, he's like, I mean, look, that's 2 steam tanks, you know, like, or something like that. Like, that's his universal currency that he counts everything in. How many steam tanks is that thing worth?
Well, it's a good way to set it up. I mean, whenever people mention steam tanks, I always think about the Chaos Dwarf demon engines, or whatever they're called.
Iron Demon.
Yeah, the Iron Demon, because I've actually had to deal with one of them before. It's one of those moments where you're just like, oh snap, I'm stuck on this thing and I'm never getting off it. What's that to the right of me? A Kodai. Cannons, destroy it. Oh, both misfired. Oh, both aren't shooting for 2 turns. Well, okay.
Sure. I mean, the thing with, like, the Iron Demon is, I don't know, it's not a steam tank, I'll say that.
No.
All you do is you put 5 cav into it and it's done.
Yes, it lacks some of the offensive power, perhaps, that the steam tank lacks. You know, those, and what's so funny is my Empire player buddy. It's really a case of like one of the things we talked about this week on Warhammer Weekly with the haters all go to hate segment is the idea of like the grass is always greener. So my friend who legitimately runs 2 steam tanks in every Empire army he plays. Like, he sees no reason at all to never have 2 steam tanks in his army. That doesn't make sense to him. Is constantly complains about my Doom Wheel in my Skaven army. He's like, it's so much better than my steam tank, and I'm like, this is a case of the grass is always greener. You do not understand how faulty that machine is. It's cool. I love my Doom Wheels, and they are quite good, but they are not steam tanks.
No, they aren't. I remember my first time ever was able to wield a Doom Wheel. It went psychotically bad.
They will do that often.
In fact, I remember the first time I ever rolled dice on a Doom Wheel of any stripe. It misfired. I mean, it went in the shooting phase, went for the zap misfired on the zap, and it ran back towards the other end of the board. Came back around, got into a combat, broke, ran through my whole army, and then my warp cannon misfired, spun around, and shot it and killed it.
Well, that seems like a legitimate end of the thing, I suppose.
Mm.
That was just the warp cannon crew doing what they saw as necessary, given how this thing had performed thus far. They were like, we gotta put this thing down, it's a problem.
Yeah.
Sounds like Thankwall's in charge.
Absolutely.
I feel like Thankwall, to be completely honest with you. With my looking miniature so far, I feel like Thankwall.
My Deepwood Scouts, they got down to like about, I think it was probably 2 or 3, maybe 4, and took out the Doom Wheel. Like 3 rounds of combat.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
It's doable. Yeah,
Yeah,
Doom Wheel in combat is not so scary.
Right. It just
Against
doesn't have
regular
the
rank and file
longevity.
stuff. Not against rank and file stuff.
Yeah. Exactly.
I mean,
They
you
will
certainly
get,
want to get it stuck in against a Chimera. That's fun times.
Zaps in combat against monsters are very fun, yes, because those monsters cease existing pretty darn fast. If they don't pace the Doom Wheel, they're gone. That's it. So yeah, I mean, exactly. It's a case, and that's what makes me always laugh about sort of the hating on units, and what's kind of funny about it. You always envy what the other, like, you undervalue your own stuff, and you're like, man, if I only had that thing. Well, yeah, your army, that's what that army's special thing is, right? Not everybody gets to have everybody has their own little special individual snowflakes. That's what makes every army cool.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. So, Paul, were you making hissing noises over there a moment ago? You got the airbrush going?
No. I'm not. I'm trying to fill in some cracks here before I airbrush.
Are you? How's the cast on those War Hordes models? I've never actually put any together.
No, the detail I would say is not quite as high, but the cast itself, I think, so far is actually better.
All right.
Is it the plastics you're working with or metals?
This looks like some sort of plastic resin.
Okay. Yeah, I know that.
Is it like? Does it feel like pretty much the same material as G-Dub's cast, or is it different?
I'm sorry, you broke up several times. Does it feel as the same material as GW? Is that what you asked?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Does it seem like the same plastic cast material or whatever, or is it something different?
No, it feels more like more sturdy version of like Forge World, I would say.
Okay. Like the current Forge World stuff, not like the old Finecast crap.
Yeah. I mean, that's the best comparison I got.
Fair enough. Like I said, I mean, I think they have some good. They definitely have some good models.
It really just depends on your aesthetic preferences, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I could see. I mean, the quality of the miniature is nice, and I've definitely seen some very qualified painters do some very nice stuff with these miniatures. But I don't know. A lot of them, some of the factions are just not my cup of tea.
Absolutely. How's your buddy up there doing with the War Machine there, Kieran? How's Malorian been recently with his War Machine?
Oh, he's still plugging away and endeavoring to be the master of the world at War Machine, and occasionally he tries to drop a little hint that I should be playing War Machine. And then I counter with, no, dumbass, you should be playing Malifaux if you want another different game.
Nice.
Nice.
So you play Malifaux then?
Yeah, that's what I'm painting right here today.
Which
Monks of
model
Low
do you have?
River.
Nice.
These are called the monks of Low River.
Ooh, I'm trying to remember which faction that is. Oh,
They're from Ten Thunders.
thank you, Ten Thunders.
Yeah.
Malifaux is a game I was considering at one point. The whole moving away from dice, though, I'm still here and there about.
Well, that's the first thing you notice about it. But let me tell you this. This is the reason I am sticking with Malifaux, is because you set up a game to play and you decide on a pool of objectives, effectively. So you have one common objective between you and your opponent, and then you have a pool of 5 other objectives that are randomly flipped over, and out of that pool, you each individually secretly choose 2 of those other objectives. So then you're left with one common objective and 2 individual objectives to play in that game. Now, this is all done before you even decide what you're bringing to the battle, except for you declare what faction you are. So then you go off and you know what your goals are for the battle. Then you make your army list effectively, if you want to use that as a term. So that's a very cool thing, I think.
It is.
It gets around. You don't know exactly what your opponent's bringing, of course, but you know generally what their faction's about, I guess. And if you know their capabilities, that could be your advantage. But the other thing to say about those schemes and objectives that you have is really only about 1/3 of those have anything to do with killing people. So 2/3 of this game is about not killing people.
Yeah.
So there you go. You on that thought?
Not to beat a dead horse, but I mean, I know this is going to be a subject that eventually comes up on like the topic of the week, but it really goes to the idea that of more scenarios in Warhammer, more alternate win cons, not just setup cons. Right? It's like too many of the scenarios are just alternate setup conditions, not alternate win conditions. And but my fear of it is always like that the answer to this will be let's make crazy complicated scenarios, when really all I want to see is just some different ways to win, like having your general not die, owning all 4 table corners at the bottom of turn whatever, or just I don't know, different stuff. It can be anything. Watchtower that doesn't actually have a building in it, or the building rules.
Yeah. That's one of the things that kind of got me to move.
Yeah, I've often thought about that, and that's part of the...
You go ahead.
So my thought on that is that what most of us love about Warhammer is the bigness and the blocky units, right? So you pack 50 guys together and you make a unit and it looks so fucking good on the battlefield that that's why you're playing this game in the first place. That's also part of the thing that makes doing these scenarios a little bit unmanageable, because movement's the most important part of the game, but yet is also the most restrictive part of the game at the same time. So having all these scenarios of capturing objectives and running around to contest things and grab a hold of an item and run away with it are the kind of things that a lot of tournament organizers and scenario producers try to come up with and try to make happen. But it's difficult to find that balance so that you got something that is attainable for a broad array of different armies. That's a challenge.
Yeah, I'd actually agree with that, Kieran. That's part of what actually started to draw me away from Warhammer Fantasy, the fact that as much as it is cool to have the scale, the nice big troops, I started to kind of, after reflecting on my time playing the games I was able to get, I started kind of not liking terrain on its own, just because it was so unwieldy with all the models that I'd be using in the game. So I started getting to the point where it's just like I kind of wanted to try, other games, smaller games. That's why I'm looking at Infinity now. Why I've looked at Malifaux before. Why I'm even at some points debating 40K, because the design of those games in Warhammer Hordes 2 allows for more intricate terrain, allows for more of mobility to grab objectives, as you just said, things like that. So. It's easier to do things like, say, in 40K they have the Maelstrom missions, where it's like you're literally drawing certain things you have to do per turn off the top of a deck. But and in that, you go from, we're not just going up the board and killing each other, where I have to send a unit back to go grab this, or I have to kill something in this sort of way, And I actually like the Maelstrom missions a lot. It's different from just slaughtering the butts out of everybody else,
Yeah, and
I
that's as I say, what I identify as honest to it.
Yeah, I mean, Kieran, I don't disagree with your point. Certainly, you've got an excellent point. My fear is more the complexity of the thing than the achievability of the thing. That is to say, Warhammer is already like an insanely complex game, and I'm not sure that like adding a bunch of really complex scenarios is going to necessarily make it a better game. So these things would have to be very, very simple if they were put in.
Agreed. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't keep trying, because we certainly should. Keep trying to find different ways to win the game, rather than just smash it all. But that movement phase makes it difficult. But if we want to have our big blocky units and the look and feel of Warhammer that we love, that's part of what we're going to have to bear, I think.
Yeah, and also I am not saying that I want to get rid of pitched battle completely as an idea either. I mean, I hope that's not that somebody would misinterpret me as saying that, but just to put a pin on it and make it very clear, there is a great amount of fun to be had in just pushing your models forward and smashing your enemy. That is also a pretty awesome thing that is fun to do a lot of the time. I just don't want to have to be my only option every time.
Right.
But 50% of the time, it
so
works
that-
100% of the time.
And that brings us back to the age-old argument about, some dudes just want to forsake the Watchtowers as a scenario, or the Blood and Glory one, because it doesn't work like other scenarios do. It's not natural in some ways. But if that's the objective, I mean, get your objective. Do your mission at whatever cost.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Part of the thing, I think, with that, part of the thing with like Blood and Glory, when you see it in tournaments, it often becomes you get extra victory points if you break their fortitude, as opposed to just winning outright. Right.
Well, that's what they've turned it into, but and many tournaments around here as well, they've attributed 20% of your army cost to doing that, breaking Blood and Glory. But I'd actually prefer if they just left it alone and make that the win-loss condition. And just leave it.
Yeah.
I prefer that, actually.
I would tend to agree.
Because then it still becomes about killing.
Absolutely. I mean, the trick with the victory point thing is
still
also
score a bunch of points elsewhere.
Exactly. Yep. When it's just points, it's also something you can easily overcome, right? It's like you don't necessarily worry about, like, if Blood and Glory was the hard win-loss and you've got a fortitude of 4, that's a serious concern, right? Like, you can afford to lose nothing. If Blood and Glory is just some extra victory points, whatever. If your army's hard as nails, I'll take a fortitude of 4. I can deal with that. Like, you can have the extra 200, 300 victory points for breaking me first. It's not going to matter. I'm going to crush you, right? So who cares? Enjoy your victory points.
Yeah.
It's also for the fun part of that. I think sometimes it's like going for the general. With the VC, it's like always go for that general guy or the vampires. It's get those guys out first. That's one of the fun parts of it. Of some of those scenarios and things to do. Trying to get those flags and capture the flag, maybe more do King of the Hill kind of thing.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, I think the bottom line is that people just haven't embraced that enough to entertain it, and they are. We hear a lot of people that want to make their army list, and their army list never changes, and they feel butthurt and put out that they have to change their army list for any reason. So we get a lot of folks like that. I don't know if it's the same around your guys' neighborhood, but it effectively comes down to something similar about composition in general. Is people don't want to be told what to bring; they want to bring what they want, and they should, in a way, kind of still be allowed to do that. You don't want to tell somebody they can't play with their toys. But if you don't bring the right toys to win this game, then I mean that's your own fault. You should be prepared to make some concessions.
Sure. I mean, everybody wants to bring what they want. They just don't want their enemy to bring stuff that they want, right? Yeah. I mean, that's a major sort of tricky part of navigating those waters. I mean, it's. I think in the end, there's also a big problem of inertia with Warhammer Fantasy, right? In that this game's been going for a long time, and people have a lot of preconceived notions about the game and how it works and operates. And anytime you start flying in the face of that in any way, people start losing their freaking minds.
And no exaggeration, unfortunately.
Yeah, I wish that was hyperbole, but it's really not. The forum response to Archaon, I think, is emblematic of that. So I don't know how much any of you care about Archaon. Has everyone read the book, or at least I'm sure everybody knows the general gist of the thing, right?
Take whatever you want. That's about all I know.
Well, spoilers from months ago for people who are not fully aware, but get ready, here they come. Hey, the world blows up, so that happened. And so, previously when I read the forums, it did not seem to me that the forums were generally full of people who cared a lot about the fluff. I would not have guessed the people on those forums to be fluff warriors, who were really concerned with the fluff of the world. If I was to sort of make a guess, apparently I would be wrong, because now, boy oh boy, did everyone really care about the fluff and think that GW deciding to blow up the world was just an absolute smack in the face to them, as though it was like GW directly coming to their house and taking their models and just pissing all over them and stomping on them. It was unbelievable to me, the amount of vitriol over the turn in the story, and it really, I suppose it didn't shock me, because I said this was going to happen from the very beginning, is that from the moment I read page 1 of Nagash, Kieran, you and I have been going through obviously the End Times books very, very carefully in the in our End Times story review, and I mean it's fairly obvious if you read the story that this is not going to end well. Like there's no point when I read that story that I thought, yeah, this will probably work out okay, right? Like,
well, yeah, we had that debate with a couple others that it says it in the opening of the book. It tells you the end of the world is coming. Few will believe it, but here it comes.
Yes.
Ain't that a thing? Few really did believe it.
Yes, I really do think that line was actually the people at Games Workshop making a KG reference to their player base. I really do.
Yeah. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. So they said, here we're going to tell you what's going to happen. You're not going to believe us, but here's what's going to happen. And then 5 months later, it happens.
Yep.
There you go.
And again, proceed with the losing of the minds. Yeah, to me, it's just like that story went exactly the only way it could. And I think the other thing that really surprises me about the whole thing is that people were surprised that that's how it turned out. I feel like, how did you think it was going to end? Ever. And I don't just mean like when End Times was a thing. Like, the inevitable end of the Warhammer world was always the Chaos Gods win. It was that the world's destroyed and Chaos wins. That's it. That's always been the story of the world. It was never anything else. right? Because it's always a world about survival, and like the power of the Chaos Gods was clearly unrivaled by the other minor gods of man. It was only the very limited nature of the portal sort of holding back most of the demons from being able to penetrate too deep into the world and stuff that ever kept it from happening in the first place. The world was always about constantly staving off the apocalypse that was coming tomorrow. That's all Warhammer was ever about.
Fair enough. I did have issue with the ending, but it was in my own way. It wasn't so much that the ending happened, it was more about the way it came down, more so than anything else.
All right, how so?
Well, so attention's a little divided, so my
Well, the other way it could have ended, I guess, is
You go ahead.
I think the other way it could have ended is Archaon wins, and Archaon sits on his throne and starts a whole new regime. And then suddenly what that leaves you, though, unfortunately, the way that would have to pan out is that Chaos become the good guys because they're the protagonists in the world.
Right.
That's how that would have ended otherwise, I think. So you turn all that we've believed about Chaos on its head, and Chaos are the good guys now. That would be how that could have gone.
Well, that would have been interesting, but I think my problem with it was that I was a fan of the races that they didn't have an active army, you know. So I was taking hits across the whole thing. Like the minute we started, it's like, hey, Kislev's gone. It's like, oh, right. They're all of the individual splintered races that aren't really, that were referred to earlier on in in the history for this game. They're gonna be in the crossfire for this too, and it's like by the end there was nothing.
Sure, everybody dies. It's just a question of how much.
So nobody can be real upset that their army gets wiped out, right?
No,
they can't feel.
It was
they've
more
been
like
singled out, god damn it, the Lizardmen. Everybody hates the Lizardmen. They're out of this game. Well,
it was more like
everybody's out of this game.
So much of the stuff I wish they would have returned to. It sunk in around the time that at that point that's like, oh yeah, we aren't gonna ever see any of that. It's like, oh, yeah, no Cathay, no Amazons, no right, and that's all stuff I was interested in. I was interested in the background lore, and in the end, that was going to go up in a fireball, but once it happened, it was just like, well, I kind of ran out of things I was really interested in here.
Well, here's what I'll say. My feeling on that would be this. You have more chance of that stuff happening now than you ever did before. Okay? And that might sound counterintuitive, but here's why. Let me see if I can sell you on this idea. There was zero chance, that you were ever getting any official content on Albion, Cathay, Nippon, Tilia, Stalia. Pick your poison. I don't care. Any of those peripheral things. 0% chance under the old way the game was run that you would ever get any of those books. Forget it. Never going to happen. The game could go for 20 years like that. You would not get a book. 0%. Okay? Because there is not enough interest to justify the printing of a book and the running of models to support a whole army. It's not going to happen.
It's true.
Unless they brought back like a Dogs of War thing. In which case you'd get one unit that was like a token representation. Which I don't think they do that either because Dogs of War was already tried and failed. Much to my chagrin because I did love the Dogs of War. Now, under the new regime, under the new plan of the sort of like rolling limited releases and having broader factions that have individual armies underneath them that kind of can build into different books. And if you're not sure what I mean, just think 40K. 40K right now is, I am convinced, the template for what fantasy looks like on a go forward. Where I have a codex for assassins, and a codex for the new Eldar, which is a big one, and I have a codex for Harlequins, and Chaos, or Khorne Demonkin.
Yes.
And
the
so on and so
Skitarii
forth.
and the Cult Mechanicus coming out, and all that other stuff, yes.
Absolutely. And all those mean, what I can do is, because I have this sort of complex interwoven ally system in 40K, which will be the faction system, I suspect, in fantasy. What that will mean is I can do a limited release, I can do one run of the books, and I can have 2 or 3 model releases or something like that, or 4 or 5 at most. And those are multi-part kits, so you're actually getting a couple different units out of every kit now because they've mastered the multi-part, kit. And you effectively can either have one army with very few choices, but you could run Harlequins in 40k as their own army, right? Like that's
You
the thing.
can. It's got some holes, but it works out to certain extents. It's hit
Exactly.
and miss when they do that idea, really. That's one of my biggest complaints with it as of yet. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be... What they're saying is, look, we're going to make a compromise with you. You, the person who likes these unusual things. This is the only way we can do it and have it be at all financially successful. We cannot do a Harlequin army and print as many figs and make it as big as Space Marines. Even one of the Space Marines, right? Because the market isn't there. And, we're a business. In the end, we got to make money. However...
Waiting on my sisters.
Right. However, we can make money on a smaller release that has a limited run and that generates a lot of buzz and can be integrated into other armies, because I suspect that's probably the majority way Harlequins will get used, is as part of an Eldar or Dark Eldar force. Right?
They were designed to ground up to be fully allied, and you can even take the transports out of there to use with the other two. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. By doing that, they effectively say, instead of having a very target small market, i.e., the people who would like, let's say the Harlequin force was truly standalone, right? Well, the number of people who would go out and buy a whole Harlequin army is tiny, even in the world of 40k.
It's true. Not many people are that crazy for the Death Jesters.
Right. But the number of Eldar and Dark Eldar players who might want to buy a couple boxes and add them in as a supporting thing to their existing army, well, at the very minimum, it's a much larger market, right? Now, how much of it pays off, I think, is what they're trying to figure out right now.
Yeah.
Same thing with Khorne Demonkin, where it's kind of the reverse. In that case, they took a bunch of existing models and simply by publishing a book made a whole new army, right? By dragging existing things into a new pyramid. So it can go both directions, right? From ground up out to top down pyramid absorption. And by playing that pyramid back and forth, by making fewer models, they can make a lot of different armies and actually speak to the niche audience that was ignored for years. Like, that has just been people like yourself who've been underserved. And at the same time, let those people get at, if you want to be, like, if you're a real fluff person who really likes this really odd army, I don't think it's going to matter to you how truly competitive it is on the table, as long as it's, like, okay. Right? As long as it's okay. If you really love Albion or something, you're fine. Okay is good enough. The fact that you can actually have an Albion army is going to be payoff enough, right? Now, if Albion at the same time could also be part of, like, the forces of ancient magic and the, light in the darkness, or I don't know, whatever the hell the factions would be called, then I think you got a real winner on your hands. So I think now you see a better chance. I honestly believe folks like yourself who want to see that stuff have a better chance of it now than you ever did before. So,
I'll agree. You've got a point there.
Well, good. I'm glad you like the idea. Time will tell, though, I suppose.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, it seems like for Skaven, I'm the one that apparently is a Skaven slave when it comes to it, by comparison to you. So I'm always rolling leadership. I'm always along leadership too when it comes to this kind of a thing. So we'll have to just see.
Very nice. I am at once both very excited about the prospect and, nervous of it for reasons at the same time.
Yeah,
because it's scary to lose army identity, which is that's the dark side of this, right?
Yes. Not only that, but from but I know I'm bringing this up again, but from a financial perspective, GW is indeed taking the advantage of this smaller book number, smaller model release over multiple spots. I mean, if you've been to forums like, say, Daka, they're currently talking about releasing part 2 of the Cult Mechanicus. The Deus Mechanicus got a book with Scutari, and now they've got another book coming out. People are saying as early as next week to be put on pre-order.
I have heard that rumor, yes.
Yeah, I've seen stuff that gives me the pretext to think that it's gonna happen, and it's both got me happy, and at the same time I'm like, how much is this gonna set back? You know. So it's like I'm interested, and at the same time it's concerning because
Sure,
I'm
there's the
worried.
threat of like releases being too numerous, right?
Exactly. 'Cause it's like with take the Mechanicus. It's like I'd be here with bells on if it had been one book with both parts in it, you know. But from what I've seen about the information, they're not even gonna have a transport vehicle in it, which is kind of important nowadays. And we don't have any hide nor hair on the on that detail, but we're still got 2 books. We
Right.
might, and really, the trouble with these smaller books is that, at least on their own, they don't have what they need to function in the grander scheme. They don't have, for example, a transport. You want to put them in like a rhino or like some sort of tank to defend themselves, sometimes, or some form of way to get the closer weapons, into battle, and we don't have that with a lot of these releases. With Harlequins, they had more, but there are separate issues as to that, so it's weird.
Absolutely.
That said, I saw the Magos model, and it was one of those things where it's like 2 things I've always wanted: a Magos model and a plastic Canoness, and it's like, I might have to buy this.
The new robots, though, for that second Adeptus Mechanicus or Cult Mechanicus or whatever thing, those looked kind of silly to me.
The Castellans, yeah, I have to agree. The reason why, though, is because we have the 30K Mechanicus for Forge World, and they've made and those models are a variation of those. You could clearly tell, and that's kind of where people are having a fallout about those. Me, I'm holding my tongue until I see the pricing, because so far the Mechanicus per box were pretty solid and had a lot of detail. Like, you have a lot of that great Mechanicus look to them, except for the Castellans. That was a little off, but they're still neat.
Gotcha. All right, fair enough.
Yeah, I was hoping that there was gonna like a greater overall Mechanicus book with, like a Mechanicus specific transport. I would have loved that, but nah, I gotta go Ally Marines for some metal boxes or something, I guess.
Well, I've heard they've got all the metal boxes. They love those metal boxes.
I don't like Space Marines. That's the problem. Therefore, I'm kind of in a weird space with 40K. Oh well.
What do you think, Paul, Tim? Have I sold you on my idea of the way the new edition works, the new regime? You excited to mix up your armies in new and in different ways?
No, I'm old and grumpy.
Nothing new. Stop
I'm
it.
still 50-50 up in air.
It makes me hurt.
I see the perspective that Vince is using, though, and he's got a point. There are chances that we can get some of those like off kilter bits, but the thing is that even taking the way that we have in there, rebuild from where we have been with Warhammer, making brand new. It could be, for all we know, there could be a brand new world in and of itself in its entirety, with none of the elements really staying the same. GW's also been on a tear about making sure everything is appropriately trademarked, so there's that too. Who knows what we're really going to get in the grand scheme, right?
Sure. I don't know. I mean, here's what I'll say. The idea of like all of this has happened before and all this will happen again. They're certainly pushing the BSG idea around. I am excited for a new 9th edition world where all of the old characters are the gods. I mean, that's what the Kane book was telling you. The Kane book was telling you that that the elvish gods were nothing more than the heroes of the last cycle for Iran and Andra. Like, they were the Tyrians and Teclises and crap like that of their time, and now they get to be gods. All you got to do is survive the blow up of the world. They did it last time.
Maybe they did it this time.
And yeah, so like the gods all died, but hey, now we get new Teclis god magic. I'm down with that.
That's actually, you got a point. I mean, to be fair, when I remember hearing about that, from Kane. I was more paying attention to the whole idea of that pocket dimension that what was her name? Liliath was working on.
Yes, with Eldara or El something, the vampire
Arloth.
chick. Well, yeah, but I mean, she was trying to set up the elf who had become a vampire.
Oh yeah, that too.
And
Yeah.
redeemed whatever her name was.
I'm gonna just keep my mouth shut involving Archeon. What I Yeah, I got nothing.
Fair enough.
It,
Well, that's with all the books. Is like all the gods are coming to life.
Yeah, I mean, they just, they made the gods, they really set up the gods to be these things that live and die. The Chaos gods are clearly the only immortal ones. They're bigger than the world. Always have been, always will be. Here's the easiest way I think about the Warhammer world. If we picture our world, if you're a religiously minded person, which if you're not, I don't care. I'm not trying to foster a religious discussion. But we tend to picture our world as a world that has some form of benevolent creator watching over it, right? So in our world, we tend to think of things working out for the best. It's all in the plan, or it was destiny, or it was, things work out. Like that. These are all common things people say. We tend to think of having like this benevolent deity in the sky watching over us. Whatever. The Warhammer world is that basically in reverse, right? Their chaos people aren't all powerful, but they're kind of douchey, and they they're not they do not have their best interests at heart. They have exactly the opposite of that at heart, and yeah, that's all it is. It's just the opposite of us. Or maybe a better way to think about it would be it's a world where all the Greek gods are around and they're all really pissed and evil. But I don't think the Chaos gods even compare to that. They're far more powerful than even like those types of deities were in mythology.
They really are.
Kieran, I see you've changed locations.
No, same place. I just had to skip out to do some cat discipline.
Gotcha.
And then while I was at it, I noticed the battery on the iPad was running down, so I switched over to the PC.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Using all of my technologies.
I don't know how you do that on an iPad. That is mystifying to me.
All I'm doing is parking it in front of me, and it acts like a camera. That's all it's doing at that point.
Sure. It just seems like it would choke all the time, but it doesn't. It seems like you get pretty good reception. So.
Yep. Well, I mean, the laptop comes through wireless bandwidth anyway, so it's no different.
That's fair enough.
It's not like I'm plugged in directly to a LAN. There you go.
There you go.
So Tim, how's that Drop Zone Commander? Have you thrown down a couple games with it already?
No games yet. Just been assembling it slowly here since Adepticon, of course, because it's school and I got free time. So
I had some pals
units in the mail.
I had some pals that went to the LVO, and they were telling me the Drop Zone Commander guys were effectively giving away starter army boxes.
Yeah, the VIG bag for Adepticon, you got a starter from Drop Zone Commander. I got a Scourge starter set, and one other person, I think, I don't know if you got the VIG, but I know people were getting a lot of Shatari and UCM.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those guys are obviously making a big PR push this year to make people latch on. It's good to see.
So yeah, I got the starter box, the starter army for the Scourge, and the starter box with both Scourge and UCM. That's what I'm working on. And of course, got a few more models in the mail this other day to kind of round it up.
You know what? I think the model design of those things is really ingenious. For the other couple guys that aren't familiar with it, the Drop Zone game is about drop ships, I guess, initially.
Yep.
So you have these big ships that bring in transports, and those transports carry tanks or troop carriers, etc. But they've actually designed the models to fit like that. So their big drop ships, for example, they have 3 other ships that you actually slot in, so you can sort of patch these models together. Give us a demo, Tim. This is genius.
Yeah, right here. Let's see if I can. I don't know if I glued them right, but tried to. Let's see if we get this clipped in. There we go. There's the one, the bear they call it.
Yeah, so it actually just like clips right in there, and off you go.
And then drops. There it goes.
I heard those models are incredibly sturdy too, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They're of course trying to get the sticks is a little tricky on some of these. You got these sliding in there, just kind of.
Yeah, that's good. And you could actually stack all 3 of them that you can carry in there, right?
Yep. Of course, these are all the gray resin stuff, so they're gluing takes a little bit longer and soaks up the glue, and you can put extra glue on. Probably put almost half of the thing on, half the bottle on this thing, it seems like.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm pretty impressed by their model design. I like that about them.
And then I've got some definitely design that I want to do for the UCM that I have to get yet, but that'll be, I'll probably put that up with PNP eventually once I get that in.
Absolutely. I got a buddy who wants to bring over the Batman minis game. We just need to get some more terrain for it. Anybody seen that yet?
Heard about it.
No, not at all.
It's pretty cool. Like you could, if you just like Google, Batman minis game or whatever, you'll find it. But yeah, it's pretty neat. They've got some really cool figs. One of the tricks with it is you do need like a lot of terrain. Like you absolutely need like an infinity, maybe even infinity plus level of terrain.
Wow.
Yeah, because you're supposed to be like fighting in a cityscape. Right, and they actually sell the terrain. Like they sell skyscraper buildings that are like 3 feet tall.
Same thing with Dropstone. They sell a lot of buildings. Well, I'd probably grab the box here and find out, but it's about a good dozen buildings.
But yeah, so we might give that a try. I think it's another one of those things he backed on a Kickstarter because I think they ran a Kickstarter for it or something, and so he ended up getting a couple forces. So he's going to bring that over at some point. I think he's still waiting on like full delivery of it, just to return to that again.
Age-old problem.
Yes.
Never go away.
So sometime we'll see the whole game.
It's a pretty rich world of choices in the miniature game market nowadays.
Yeah, it's funny. Like the War Machine thing. Like just to mention a funny story real quick, or possibly a funny story. I was at Origins the year War Machine launched, and like Origins is a big gaming convention in Columbus, Ohio, and so like the year version like 1.0 launched, which was quite a while ago. They had everything for sale at Origins, and I remember a friend of mine just saw it and like on the spot, more or less sight unplayed, was just like, oh, this is it, I gotta get this, and bought like a whole army of it. And I don't know that he ever played a game because it seemed like it took a long time for the ball to really get rolling with War Machine. And now it seems like it has much more prevalence, at least to my mind, than it did for it took a while to get like up to Steam. Because that had to be like 2000 or something, right? 99, somewhere in that range?
Yeah, around there. Didn't they just have didn't the War Machine just have its 10-year anniversary or so? 9 or 10? Yeah.
I feel like I want to say War Machine was was 03, 04, something like that.
Okay. Yeah, maybe that's right. Maybe it's not quite as far back as I remember. But yeah, whatever that first year was, I remember we were hanging out and hey, let's go down to Origins. And he was like, yeah, I'm going to buy this old War Machine, set or whatever at the time. Whatever their, initial product offering was at the time. And I just thought he was out of his gourd. It blew my mind.
To try some untested thing?
Yeah.
Is that what blew your mind?
Yeah, like I have a $20 rule with spending money.
Uh-huh.
And here's my $20 rule. If I want to buy something that costs more than $20, okay? If I am going to spend more than $20, that isn't like a bill or something required you don't have a choice about. Then it has to wait at least 2 weeks from the time I decide I want it.
That's a good.
My wife tries to impose that on me.
Now, if it's an outrageously awesome deal that is time sensitive, I may break that. Like your Lord of the Rings thing at $30, I'd be like, no, that's okay. I don't think we're not going to wait the full 2 week waiting period here. We'll go ahead and call that one early.
Yeah.
I've got a thing like that, something 15 myself, but about War Machine taking time to get into Steam. I think I know. I think I can reason as to why. It's kind of a two-parter. We're seeing a lot of smaller mini companies start up, especially with the advent of things like kickstarting, and we've got people who are trying to get more niches filled. The thing is, we're coming into that after people probably slowly but surely either getting bored or discontented with the things that were on offer already. And there are people who have discontent about GW product for sure, so you've got some people who are particularly into trying to work up the opposition now. So, that's probably why they wound up where they wound up. And you can see that developing in the even smaller games like with Malifaux and Infinity. They don't compete on nearly the same level of model scale, but the entry on those is what really has my eyes drawn to them. The ridiculousness of the Infinity terrain, the uniqueness of Malifaux's overall aesthetic, they have their own separate reasons for why you'd want in. So,
I think that's fair.
Well, those things all happened in the past. Like none of this is terribly new. I think that what happened 15, 20 years ago is there is still a bunch of other companies that were trying to make their go of it in the miniature world, but the ease of manufacture was such a bigger barrier back then.
Right.
that's true.
You're saying as the economy of scale has shifted, then so has the market. You don't have to be somebody on the size of Games Workshop to actually succeed anymore.
Right.
Oh, yeah, like there's in my state here, there's that big new company in the last few years, especially with Star Wars, the Star Wars X-Wings. That's really big. Called Fantasy Flight Games.
Yep. Oh, sure.
So, yeah, that's grown leaps and bounds. I don't know what the percentage growth is, but I know I got just about 2 of every ship so far, except all those small guys, and got a couple Millennials, Falcons, a couple of those fire sprays, so got a big collection there of them too.
Well, that's a combination of a pretty killer IP with a miniatures thing, right? Like, you almost wonder how that never happened earlier.
Yeah, really, and it's worked so well too.
Yeah, I mean, somebody was punching a golden ticket on that one. I mean, that's the bottom line. And obviously, Fantasy Flight is a very experienced company in the space, and they're very successful in their own right for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, most of their big games, card games, and board games was what they started out with.
Yep. Have any of you ever gone to Gen Con?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Should I?
You should. Gen Con? You ever make it a Gen Con, Paul?
Paul is silent. He doesn't answer questions.
Indeed.
No.
It's a really cool convention. It's one of the it's one of the biggest gaming conventions in the world, maybe the biggest gaming convention in the United States. I think like the German convention is probably bigger, whatever that one is that like all of Europe goes to. But it is huge beyond belief. It's called Gen Con because it's from Lake Geneva, where it originated when it was started by Gygax and TSR back in his backyard in the 70s or whatever. It is now currently in Indianapolis. If you're a nerd in a lot of ways, like myself, and like the industry, it's quite a great convention, especially for it was originally mainly a role-playing focused convention, but it has expanded far beyond that. But Fantasy Flight, just to set that up, Fantasy Flight Games is there every year with a massive setup, and every year there are people just lined up around the corner for their new offerings at their booth. Like, they are a very strong presence and a huge sponsor of that every year.
Yeah, I really appreciate them in the board game world. Their quality of product is pretty much unparalleled in the board game world, I think. Have a number of their products, like Chaos in the Old World actually is a cool one. Fantasy-based board game by them. Really good. Where you get to choose one of the 4 Chaos Gods, and you're effectively doing what the End Times was doing, and but you're all fighting against each other to overrun the Empire.
Nice. I like it.
And you have the game design. Obviously, they consulted with the Games Workshop lore and tried to stay pretty true to that, because the things that Slaanesh does in that board game are the things that Slaanesh does in the Warhammer world as well. And Nurgle, etc. Khorne, well, Khorne's just blindly smashing, as you would expect it to.
But that's why we love him. We want him to blindly smash stuff. He's like the Hulk. We don't want to. I'm not looking for pithy comments. I'm looking for smashing. That's why you're here, buddy. Get to smashing. Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I'm not really a board game person. I don't know. Like, board games are generally, I don't know what it is about the medium, but it's almost completely lost on me. For all of my ways of nerdiness, for playing, Magic for years, and D&D for even more years, and writing D&D and other role-playing game products, and playing miniature games, I don't know. Now, board games just don't work. I'm just like, seems like a lot of work. Which is stupid, because it's certainly no more work to set up a board game than it is to set up a game of Warhammer, but I don't know, something about it just doesn't grok with me.
I like board games. My biggest problem was someone handed me the keys to a AI run version of Monopoly, and I just sat there for a while going, okay, let me just buy up all the land. Yeah, I have issue. I like board games that people will call bad. That's why I don't play many board games, because I have no taste for what's good and what isn't.
Oh, are there really people who would say Monopoly is a bad board game? Probably the best-selling board game of all time?
In certain aspects, it has destroyed many a friendship.
Yeah.
And I have, well, to be honest, I could actually pin it on a lot of things. I have built many a person by going, oh, you sat on this entire row of places I've built up. Pay up.
Sure. Like, not to reference someone who maybe doesn't have the best reputation in comedy, but Dane Cook always had a wonderful joke that I loved about Monopoly, where he was like, why do people play Monopoly? It's always the same story. 4 hours in, you flip the board, you're like, all right, fine, screw you, Grandma, you win. I'm sitting on Baltic over here, and that's it. I get it, you win.
I love that one.
Yeah, so I always thought that was a fairly accurate representation of.
It is for Monopoly, though. It really is. I mean, they call it the game. They call it the game that destroys friendships. They aren't kidding. Yeah. If you're left with staring at the wall with a friend or playing Monopoly, stare at the wall. In fact, crush the Monopoly set. Just do it.
That seems fair.
Vince, will you allow me to speculate why you're not a board game guy?
I absolutely. I have no issue with that.
I think it's just because it doesn't have as many outcomes as you want there to have. You're the kind of
Okay.
guy that spends a lot of time doing role playing, which has infinite outcomes to what you do that day and how the gamer is going to resolve. Much like in your miniature game, because of the complexity and the interactions that go on, you are not having infinite outcomes in those, but certainly many, many different possible outcomes in that miniature game session. Whereas board games don't. Most board games, and a vast majority of board games, have a limited amount of ways to get to that end goal.
Right.
How's that
Sort
for backyard philosophizing?
Yeah, I could see that. Absolutely. I like having. I very much do value having sort of a varied set of experiences out of a single thing, right?
Yeah, that's good.
Whereas board games are, potentially often more static, though not always. If we were to talk about like European style board games or something, right, where it's a lot more like resource management and stuff like that, those certainly are not necessarily falling into that same category. But those also bring a level of complexity. Like you look at European style board games and you understand where the Swedish comp system came from.
Yes. Agricola comes to mind.
Yeah.
About that. Yeah.
And they've really become very, very popular of late. It's really sort of taken off the Euro game thing.
Yeah,
I think of like, not that it's exactly the best example, but I think of like Settlers of Catan and how popular that's gotten. Again, not that that's an exact example of what we're talking about, but somewhat the same vein. And so again at Gen Con, Settlers of Catan is usually there in kind of a big way, and they have like a truck that has like the Settlers of Catan stuff on the side of it, like a logo for it and such, right, for the convention. And it's generally parked out near where like the food trucks are outside the convention. And on the side of the truck it says Settlers of Catan, the board game of our sorry, I'm screwing this up. Settlers of Catan, the greatest game of our generation. That is what the side of their truck says.
That's
and I'm
bold.
like, you are perhaps overselling it just slightly there, guys. Wow. The greatest game, not just board game or any kind of, nothing on that, just the greatest game, period, of our generation. Okay.
Okay, well, let's talk about that then. So if it's not Settlers Catan, what is it?
What is the greatest game of our generation?
Yeah, let's have it from all four of you guys.
Of our generation, the answer is Magic the Gathering. I mean, I think that it would be hard to prove otherwise. No single game invented since, let's say, 1990 has changed the landscape of the entire industry in a bigger way. It is impossible to understand, to even really imagine the impact that Magic had on the entire games industry. It was a extinction level event. This was the meteor ending the dinosaurs. That would be my argument.
Okay. Tim, something come to mind?
I can only think of video games for myself. I think like board game wise.
Oh no, I'm not limiting it to board games because that's not what Settlers Catan said.
Right, they said any game, so yeah, video would be fine.
Because I was gonna, when Vince said Magic, I was saying, how about Pikachu or Pokemon? That's probably more of the 2000 later, because that's what I've been hearing quite a bit. Younger kids playing.
Pokemon is not a bad answer. That would be, like obviously Pokemon Road. I don't know that Pokemon exists without Magic, right? Because obviously it started as a card game as well. But that being said, it might be a case of where the son was actually bigger than the father, as it were. I don't. That's a good argument.
Yeah. Paul, you got any thoughts on that? In your silent box.
I'm over here airbrushing.
We figured as much. I suspected that's why you had muted yourself.
Yeah.
I don't know. Biggest game of a generation.
Of this generation, yes. So I'm counting this current generation as like, I don't know, whatever, count it how you will, your generation. In other words, you can't count like D&D or something because that's clearly not our
World of
generation.
Warcraft is probably up there. I mean, one of those type of really ate into the classical game. You know what I mean? That sort of took a lot of the people who have our interests, our fantasy tabletop / deal interest, and sort of put them into the electronic realm. I feel like, and sort of cemented them there in terms of like that popularity. It became much more mainstream. Obviously, that wasn't the original game, but that sort of cemented the MMO is sort of a supplanting type thing.
Yeah, that's the one I was going to go with, to be honest, Paul. Just because I thought about how it has become so commercial, and it's a name that's synonymous, and everybody understands. Even if you're not a video game guy, you've heard of that game, and you kind of know what it's about. You have a couple clues as to what goes on in there, even if you have no interest in it at all. I think they have built their brand to such a strength that I'm going to give them the nod for that reason.
It's kind of one of those things too, like it's sort of just popular culture at this point, where it's like if I someone says, oh, you hobby or whatever, if you come on the random topic of hobbying and you say, I played this kind of nerdy game, half the time you get interjected about, is that like WoW, or is that WoW, or do you play WoW? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Especially when you're talking to the female population, who more often than not going to cover everyone, but in common terms doesn't know much about the gaming aspect of things. We'll sort of interrupt you and say, oh, I had this boyfriend who played WoW, or blah 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 blah, something WoW, and you're like, no, not anything to do with WoW, but yeah, you get the point.
Yeah, and the reason I choose that is I don't think Warhammer ever quite got there. I'm often surprised sometimes how many people that I wouldn't think would know the name of Warhammer kind of know it. Like, they know that it involves little toy soldiers. There's more than I would think, but I don't think it ever got to the level that World of Warcraft did as being universally known.
This is a tough one.
That's a good argument. I like that one too. Dark CT,
Well,
you got a vote?
See, you've all named like the three biggest beasts that came around in my era, because I'm tending younger. I'm on this one, so the thing is that there's credence to all three here. But I wanted to say this about the call out about Warcraft. Though I think I'm siding with Vince on this one and saying Magic the Gathering, because the perspectives here with Magic the Gathering, it was a shakeup of how a game can be done, and also in a sense competitively how a game can be done, because Magic the Gathering is one of those games that is very competitive, and competitive Magic is a thing and has been around for a while. And when I think about competitive gaming, I have two things. I have StarCraft, and then I have Magic the Gathering. Those were the two that first informed me for that side of hobbyist competitiveness. That's where I first heard of it. You've got Pokemon, as someone who was raised up in that bug. Oh yeah, that was a major thing, but I can't agree that it was the primary driver. And then with World of Warcraft, as someone who was raised with Blizzard Entertainment games in general, much more StarCraft, it makes a lot of sense to me that one would say that World of Warcraft is so ubiquitous, and yes, it is. But what's funny about that is, mentioning Warhammer in there, is that I always had heard, and I gotta admit, I don't know if this is true, wasn't that based off of stuff that GW and Blizzard were in talks about to begin with? Like, in a sense, isn't what happened with Warcraft and StarCraft leavings of a once collaboration the two had? Much like how Sony in the PlayStation came out of Nintendo in dealing with Sony, like that?
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. I was I can confirm that 100% that Games Workshop collected royalties from Blizzard Entertainment throughout their turn-based World of Warcraft games and their turn-based StarCraft games.
In other words, can
That
we almost?
ended when it went to an MMO, though.
That's fair. But that's where that intrigues me because, in a sense, we wouldn't have World of Warcraft, which is one of the greatest pieces here, without Warhammer now. Then, would we? So,
Well, maybe.
well, not to the same extent, at any rate, right?
Yep.
So,
I think that's absolutely true. I'll say, yeah, the 100%. The proof in the pudding of that, like, certainly Warcraft, even more than StarCraft, although certainly StarCraft is as well, but Warcraft was just so completely couched off of the generic IP you can steal from Warhammer, right?
But I guess the problem with going down that road, though, that road of what came first is being qualified as the best, is in any of these things, it has nothing to do with who came first, right? I mean, Microsoft put out a tablet before iPad came out, but who gave a shit?
well,
iPad
see,
came out, and then everyone gave a shit.
well, see, when we quantify the best, what precisely do we mean? Because in the case of Vince referring to Magic, that was more of a shaking up of the financial and a variation of was, I guess, marketing as well. Vince, yes.
Yeah, the industry. I mean, the industry, like the boom of the CCG industry and its impact on role-playing, on everything, was so huge. It crushed the other markets. And it just, like, it spawned 100 companies in a day, and everybody made a CCG. People made millions and millions of dollars.
I've got leftover CCGs all over the house as a proof point of that. But it's like, so to that extent, I could even see the argument of throwing a bone to Warhammer on this one because it was the informant to create a lot of what is in Warcraft, which has become one of the most ubiquitous terms in a very roundabout way. In a sense, Warhammer did a lot more than you could expect because of that. And as someone who played a lot, who was raised on Warcraft and then found Warhammer, the correlations are staggering. If someone hadn't told me that, I still would have surmised it. You know.
Sure.
Just great example. The fill in the blanks. This race fell in. Ended up doing too much of X, and so this event happened, creating this.
Yeah, I mean, the snake ate its own tail when Warhammer Age of Reckoning launched, right? In that when Warhammer actually had an MMO, one of the common sort of narratives that I saw on the forums, like I was big into War, I played War a lot, I love War still to this day. I think it's a cool game. It doesn't exist anymore except on like a Return of Reckoning server where somebody's rebuilding it from the ground up. But one of the sort of common narratives that was happening in there was everybody's like, this game just looks like a ripoff of of Warcraft.
Yep.
And they often say that. This time it was kind of literal.
Yeah, and so like literally the snake ate its own tail. And nothing was more hilarious to me than hearing that conversation. It's like, no, you're talking about the thing that you're talking about as the originator stole from the thing that is actually being made now. It's just, Games Workshop has had a very touchy relationship with digital products throughout its entire history.
Oh, yeah.
And by touchy, I mean generally terrible.
And so that said, I think I'll vote in for Vince. I was just like, since we can't do the obvious vote of D&D, although as someone who's raised off of StarCraft and Warcraft, I could go and say World of Warcraft, but I'm not gonna. It has its reasons for it, though. But I say Magic. I'll stick with Vince on this.
Yep. All fair things.
All good contenders. I'll say this against my own point. Do any of you know who Ryan Dancy is? Do you know that name?
I do not.
Okay. Ryan Dancy, the most dangerous man in gaming. He is the current CEO of Goblin Works of the company making Pathfinder Online.
Oh wow. Okay.
He is the man who orchestrated the deal for Wizards of the Coast to buy TSR. Okay. And he worked with this other guy, Peter, in the early days of WotC to sort of build 3rd edition D&D. He's one of the minds behind the open game license of 3rd edition D&D.
Yay.
So he's a very, very important figure in the history of gaming.
Definitely.
And he's also got I don't mean this in a bad way, I mean this is an absolute compliment. He also has a really big mouth and talks a lot of shit. And so his opinions are always worn on his sleeve. And so if you go search for Brian Dancy Claymore or something like that, I'm sure you'll get tons of fun results. But he's told a lot of, when he presents data points, they're always really well researched and interesting, and he's told a lot of great stories about the history of TSR and why it failed and all these kinds of interesting things. But he had a great piece about WoW and why WoW was successful and why WoW was the destroyer of things like D&D and that market, because even though it was offering a different experience, that didn't matter. It was a time consumer, and the opportunity cost became such that it was built with the perfect set of things to destroy the RPG market. And I mean, not that RPGs aren't still very popular to this day. They are, but their preeminence has certainly shrunk. From pre-WoW times.
It's true, because a lot of people are just sticking in WoW. I have a lot of friends who never quit. I did, because I wanted something more. I wanted honestly, what RPGs have allowed me, much more possibility. That's also why I struck out towards miniatures for more opportunities and more variations of what can happen. You can only theorycraft. There's that one. That's interchangeable at this point for so long before you go, I need something different.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I mean, there are a few people who are more embedded in the history of these games. He was there for the creation of, he was there around the early days of Magic. He was there around all these huge, big, momentous events. Himself and Peter Atkinson and Lisa Stevens, all of who are 3 of the originators of Wizards of the Coast, which is sort of one of the bigger gaming companies. They're the owner of Magic and Pokemon and D&D and all this stuff. And
Wizards owns Pokemon? What?
Yeah. Sure. Yep. Which has made them a lot of money, an insane amount of money. There have been plenty of them have told stories about how making Pokemon was printing money. Legitimately, the U.S. Treasury should have just come in and taken them to jail for printing currency, because that was exactly what they were doing, especially
they got the license to the Pokemon trading card game. Hell, they got...
Yes.
Oh, wow, they got license to the Duel Monsters, the Duel Masters as well. I used to love that game. Huh. Fair enough. Yeah, they got the license. They got that license, so fair enough.
Yep. Oh, by the way, hello, Whoopi. I think Whoopi is watching. Hi, Whoopi.
Hey.
Hey, Whoopi.
Hey.
And also John Talby, I think, is watching. Hey, John, how you doing? And just to call back to something earlier, which he left a response to, he said, I don't think that skirmish game scenarios translate well to larger battle-scale games. Alexander the Great didn't win by sneaking in the middle of the battle and making off with a golden idol. To which, John Talby, I say, bullshit. All right? Or it's 3 in the morning. I think it's okay to drop some curse words.
Yay.
He might not have gotten away if John's still watching. I don't know. Who knows? Otherwise, John, you got to come back and skip to hour 4. But that is not true or false. Exactly. In the second great battle of Alexander, that Alexander led to fell the Persians, he penetrated deep into the line.
Yeah, he did.
And the Persian commander, the Persian king, was so confident of his victory, he brought his entire harem along to witness his great victory. When the battle went against him, he fled, but his harem did not get away, and Alexander the Great captured his entire harem and effectively sort of took the entire harem as his own, which helped to legitimize him as a ruler of Persia, because after that battle, Persia basically fell. He had broken the back of their army, and the king was more or less in exile. And having the actual harem of the king at his beck and call did legitimately make him the victor. So, yes, he also had to break their army, but he did sneak in and conquer something. It happened to be a bunch of ladies instead of a golden idol, but it was still very relevant to the battle. So,
I'll actually also back that up with, and it's not always about the straight encounter. It's also about, like you just said, it's also about, other things can occur that changes the tide of the battle and other means. So it's not always consistent. There's sometimes a reason to hit, to go into one direction. For example, a rebelling army in one location speeds X in another location, or things like that. So shifting objectives can indeed be a good idea.
sure.
I mean, I was thinking of stuff from like the Sun Tzu's The Art of War. The idea of instead of the direct encounter, there was also harassing enemies' support lines, stopping them from getting the supplies they needed, and making them give up that way as well. So
I'm out, guys.
You out here, Paul? All right, man. Have a good one, buddy.
Later, Paul.
Hit me tomorrow.
Adios.
Just to go back to the magic thing real quick. Obviously, if you're a longtime Magic player, you know that there are more ways to win than just reducing your opponent to 0 life.
Oh, I have stories for that.
Yep. Sure. Obviously, that's the most straightforward way to win, and probably the way most games resolve. But you can also there's also cards that they themselves create alternate win conditions, right? Do X and you win the game.
Test of endurance.
Sure, battle of wills, all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah. Then you've got deck out. I'm a big fan of deck out strats.
Yes, exactly. Decking people being the other big one that's kind of always around and a threat, right? If you deck somebody and they can't draw a card when they're compelled to, but they lose instantly.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, there was always alternate win cons built into it, even though the core assumption was still the same. You're going to be the goal is to get them to 0.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't the only way to win, and I think that's really a strength of the game, for sure, is that it had those kind of ingrained into the system.
I gotta give Magic the Gathering credit. They were more willing to do that than other card games. I was also a big player of Yu-Gi-Oh! And Duel Masters as well, and while they still had things like decking in those games, there was nothing quite like some of the crazy things I pulled with Magic the Gathering and the combos you could create. Like, I remember my favorite win con before I really stopped playing Magic the Gathering was I had a deck with every single card that when played sits on the board and lets everyone in the entire room draw more cards. So I'd start up a fight with somebody, and it'd be like, "Hey, this guy's giving me extra cards. This is awesome." So, we get an extra card, maybe 2 every turn. Then by the end of it, I'm like, "Hey, here, have 5 cards. I'll have all the cards." And then they'd be like, "What are you doing?" And then I'm like, "Underworld Dreams. Now you take damage for every single individual card you draw. You've got 2 turns. Have fun."
Sure, absolutely. Oh yeah, yeah.
Put them on the noose and let put them on the rack and let them figure it out before they get broken. That kind of thing.
Yep, absolutely.
Good stuff. I remember that.
Okay. So, Vince, I want to touch on the fair befoul thing again.
All right, hit me. Fair befoul.
Got any thoughts on the subject for that you might do?
Oh man, no, I don't yet. Obviously, I'm going to do a piece for it. I'm still trying to decide. I don't know. I'm sure you didn't get a chance to watch the painting show yet that Paul and I did earlier, but we have the challenge from that as well. And
right. Yeah.
What we rolled out of that challenge was steel, non-metallic metal.
Oh yeah. Okay.
You know, and we had when we initially made the list, and we were talking through them. I said, if we ever roll non-metallic metal steel, I want to do Sky Earth non-metallic metal steel because I think that's actually the way it should be done.
Yeah.
So obviously having the horizon line reflected in your steel, right? Which if you just like Google Colossus, he's like the greatest example of this ever because he always has that reflection line in him. And I now immediately regret that decision because now I'm like, Jesus, I've never I've done non-metallic metal steel before, but I've never even contemplated that, and I'm like, well, now I'm committed to that, and I have no idea what I'm going to do about that.
Yeah, I've not attempted that either, so I don't know what you're getting into there. I've done some scaling like that where it's just been like on a shield, where I've done gold tones or silver tones with that, where you have like a hard line between the upper and lower half. Tried that kind of stuff, but not going into the browns. Haven't done that.
Well, we'll
Worth a
see how
challenge.
it works out.
Maybe I should join you guys.
Absolutely, man. Hey, we're we are always welcoming of other people participating. So the next show will be 2 weeks from now. So if you've got something you think you could add in, man, I'd love it. I'd love to see some more people get in on this one. The base challenge is non-metallic metal steel. You don't have to go all out with the Sky Earth if you don't want to. But yeah. But hey, if you do, I'd love to be shown up.
I think I'm just gonna wait and watch you, Vince, do yours. See how you do it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Watch me fail at it. Let me fail first, and then it's a good plan.
Y'all talking about failing and when it comes to painting, I'm just sitting here going, yeah. You're all really good. Y'all seem really good at painting, honestly, to me. So
definitely at the advanced level.
I have one idea for that Sky Earth non-metallic metal, Kieran, but I don't think you're gonna like it. And that is, I've got another skull cannon waiting to be put together, and it's got all those plates and stuff on it. So I was like, that might be a good one to do it with.
Well, that would certainly qualify the foul part of the challenge as well.
Sure.
Actually, yeah.
Jesus.
Like one of the problems with it is you need something that's got a lot of flat metal plates that don't have like a lot of detail. Like this stupid little demigryph right here, right? Who's missing his feet? Because I don't own demigryph feet. I just own the little demigryphs. They have too much junk on their metal plates, right? They've got all this damn detail here, and like normally I'm like, if you're just doing straight true metallic metals, that's a blessing because you can wash over it and then highlight it back up and it'll look great. But if you're trying to do like that Sky Earth, that's really going to be problematic.
Yeah, you're going to have to surgically put every paint stroke down on something like that, I think. I don't know if you're going to be able to play with washes a whole lot.
Yeah.
At all?
I don't think at all. No. I think it's literally like, wanting to do that and everything. So I don't know. I'm not sure, honestly, what I'm going to do yet. I have no idea. I've got a big pile of crap sitting behind me, so I mean, whatever.
I wonder if I can, looking at that big sister model again, I can maybe try some of that on there. I don't know if she's got enough metallic surface though, really.
Would be cool if the model at the same time is like holding something or has something else around that you could actually like paint the reflection of in the metal. Like if the metal's in an odd angle where part of it is actually reflecting them. But Jesus, I don't know. That's pushing it.
I think the ideal thing to try that on would be a shield, actually, like a just simple round disc shield. That would be the perfect subject to try that kind of Sky Earth stuff on, I think.
Yeah.
It's the easiest piece of geometry to pull that off on.
Right. Yeah, you don't have no other complex angles and crazy things going on.
Well, good luck with the events. So heading out here myself. So see you guys later.
Absolutely. Have a good one, man. Thanks for joining.
Yep.
Hey, Tim.
Bye.
But as to the fair but foul, I don't know. I've got to think about that. I got to think about how I want to interpret that. That one's definitely super in my wheelhouse. Let me just say that. You know, I was excited about it when we came to that because the reality is that would honestly describe my favorite types of models to paint. I like things that are beautiful and yet hideous or horrifying at the same time. That's hence my love of Slaanesh in general. Like that's which is exactly how I would describe most Slaanesh models.
I wonder if you'd be a Neverborn fan, Vince.
Yes, absolutely. I know exactly what they are, and yes, I am. I own Nikima is a Neverborn model, isn't she?
Yep.
Yeah, one of my Khorne female demon princesses is Nikima.
Oh, nice.
Nikima. And I love the big teddy bear, and there's like a little girl too, I think, in that faction, right? Like a little creepy.
Yes. What's her name? Candy, I believe. Was I wrong?
Yeah, you're right about that.
I remember her though. I liked her second edition model version.
Did you, Vince? Did you also catch the creepy baby with the big knife?
I love the creepy baby with the big knife. If I could find a way to work that creepy baby into a Warhammer army, I would do it in a heartbeat. I just haven't thought of it yet.
Yeah, it's a bizarre one.
If it were honestly, I already had a thought. Of course,
hit me. Go ahead. I'm more than open to suggestions.
This one was more of a like many things. I always go back to vampire counts designs, like a really powerful young vampire. That's always what that's one thing you could easily do with them.
So put the little baby with a knife on the back of a like spectral steed and make him a vampire blender lord.
Well, actually, if you could remodel it to be like a rolling crib, it'd be totally awesome.
He's the cutest little blender lord.
Yes, he is. Yes,
Yeah.
he is. He's also using his power to hold up the whole army in his infancy. It's like that'd be the scariest grown-up vampire. Holy crap!
Sure. Baby Vlad.
Would it surprise you guys to know that Weird Miniatures has a model exactly as you described?
Somehow I'm not surprised.
Oh no, I guess it's not exactly as described. What it is it's the dismembered head of a young boy in a baby carriage being pushed around by his nanny. It's just the head.
Ojubin was also a zombie at that point, right?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. I saw that model kit being spoiled a little while back, and I was just going through Duck reports, and I saw that, and I was like, ooh. But then that was with Molly's kit, isn't it? Molly's new kit, right?
That's right.
Oh, that did look good. Though I think I'm really into. Though if I have to pick a character I really like from Malifaux, it's either Kolodil or however that one's referred to, and the Dreamer.
Kolodil being the puppet master, right?
Yes, the puppet. I saw the second edition puppets are just up my alley.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's cool stuff.
Of course, you can kind of see where I sit because you asked me if you were to tell me about War Machine. My favorite army is the Cephalic's Mercenary Charter. So lots of spider motifs and lobotomized slaves. It's a wonder that Dark Eldar never worked for me in 40K. Huh.
Dark Eldar is like the only army in 40K that has any real sense of interesting aesthetic to me. I like the ones they just recently came out with, which I don't know if it was whatever the one that had that cool chick leader. I thought she was a really good fig. But I have no idea what they are because I don't know enough about Dark Eldar.
Might have been Hesperax.
That could be. That name sounds right.
Yeah, people are very well Hesprax.
All I remember about Dark Eldar is that my friend had a pretty terrible Dark Eldar army that this is back in, like, again, this has got to be 3rd edition or 4th edition or somewhere in that time period, back in the late 90s. And his Dark Eldar, he refused to buy transports or raiders for them. So they were like foot-based Dark Eldar, which is just awful.
That's a horrible idea. You have to have the pirate. You have to have the pirate space raid. Come on.
You're preaching to the choir. Literally, the rest of us all told him you should go out and get some more raiders, because he had one raider, and it got shot down the first turn of every game. Because there's one
Made
raider.
of paper.
Yeah, they're made of paper, and you got one of them. It's not exactly a lot of target saturation on the board. And
I wish I could fight. I wish I could have fought this guy with my ideal army of either the Tower or the Mechanicus, because we have 30-inch guns. Come over here, please.
well, all I know is his boss always had, like, I don't know if this is still a thing the Dark Eldar have or not, because again, I haven't played 40k for God knows how many years.
Yeah.
But the Dark Eldar boss had something that gave him like a 2-up invulnerable save, as
Wow.
long as he didn't fail it. Okay.
Oh.
So like he had a 2-up invulnerable until he failed one save, and then he lost it completely, no save.
Right.
Okay. And all I know is he would fail that on the first shot directed against his lord every single game. I don't think that thing made it more than one shot any game. I played him. What got me into 40k was, like, my friends were playing it for a while beforehand, and occasionally I'd play their armies. But what got me to buy my own army to get Imperial Guard was when they made Schaefer's Last Chancers. And people were like, and my buddy was like, oh yeah, you can play now, and it's, you just have to buy this one thing, and that's it. Yeah.
Lie.
That's total lie, but that was what. But whatever, I went out and bought my Schaefer's Last Chancers, and the first game I played against his Dark Eldar, and all I remember is there's a sniper guy in there, in Schaefer's Last Chancers, and that sniper guy took one shot at his boss, and he had that 2-up ward save. He promptly failed it and died. I was like, no, there you go. You just got beat by. I have 12 models on the table. You have a Dark Eldar army. You just lost.
That's great. That's just great. I don't know what led me to it. I think it was the pervasiveness of the background, really, that got me into Warhammer in general. Just how long it's been going, the stories that have been written about it for fandom and things like that. That's what got me towards this series. That and the customization and honestly the community. You guys in particular, the whole YouTubers community has really impressed me. PNP as well, with the painting and the customization of the models and all of that. If there's anything that keeps me still eyeing Warhammer property, it's the customization that people will put into their models. That's really what does it for me.
Yeah, I mean, you get to have a sense of ownership in Warhammer, and I will say, I love the Warhammer YouTubers community and all this. The fact that we can do this Paintisode, and that I'm doing this at 3:20 in the morning, and perfectly happy about it, and hanging out, just shooting the shit and talking about this stuff. There really aren't many gaming communities that are truly like this. That's what I'll say.
Yeah.
Hooray for us.
Absolutely.
I'm still...
we rule, everybody else rules. Take that, other communities. Suck it.
I'm still holding that invitation too.
What's that?
Well, way back in the ether, I was actually invited into the PMP, but since I'm always floating with everything and I'm always indecisive, I've not sat down to paint anything. I thought I wouldn't join until I actually had anything I could paint and show off. And,
Okay, well, stop that. Don't be dumb. Accept that invitation, or I'll resend it to you, or whatever, and join the PMP. Who cares? You don't need to put up a pledge. Just get inspired. Check out some cool paint jobs. Just look at the stuff. It's eye candy, man, if nothing else. Like, why would you not want to see sweet models? I mean, like, unless you're really afraid it's going to make you spend money or something, and that would be your fear. Which, like, you go, oh, that's cool, I need to go buy that. No, that's cool, I need to go buy that. But as long as you can control yourself, get on in there, brother. What are you talking about? Come on.
Okay.
Great. There you go. Good man.
I felt like I couldn't join the PNP until I was actively painting. So
That
that's
is
really what it comes
nonsense.
down to.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. It's there for your own inspiration and enjoyment. Certainly, we love it when people pledge, and I would love it if everybody pledged stuff every month. But that is just not. There are plenty of people who don't have a lot of time for painting each month and just use it to get inspired. Maybe they do one model. Maybe they do no models. Maybe it makes them think about what models they want to do if they should be lucky enough to get the chance in the future. That's all fine. Whatever. Just, be a positive member of the community, and I'm good with it, Say what you like when people post something and comment on it or something like that. That's great. That's worth its weight in gold. That's what builds the community. So there you go.
Amen. Testify, brother.
Right?
Mm.
I think you just converted. You just made a convert. You're the Jimmy Swaggart of the PMP.
I tell you, my brothers, when I woke up this morning, I felt good. I felt like I couldn't lose. Like I planted a seed of faith.
Paritza! Preach!
That's going to really shock somebody in like hour 4 listening to this when we weren't expecting that sudden transition.
When that comes up.
Yeah.
You got to feel the power!
Absolutely.
Oh, great. Yeah, that's what I've been doing with my time, by the way. I've been, looking at miniatures and trying to figure out what I
Joining
want to do.
charismatic preachers?
No, actually. I've been watching wrestling, and that was a New Day reference.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I see.
Hey,
Since about...
speaking of preachers, is the Whoopie Womp still lurking out there?
Oh,
Where is he?
Whoopi, I mean, there's still, there's more people viewing now than when I had said Whoopi was viewing, so theoretically, Whoopi is still one of the viewers. Do you want me to shoot him an invite and get him to join so he can get in here? Whoopi, if you're still, I'm sending you an invite.
Giddy up.
Whoopie, get in the air. Oh, man.
Let's see if he's around. Whoopi.
Hey. That said, I was checking out some models earlier today.
Oh.
Actually, yeah. I'm kind of at this point now where I'm kind of floating between 2 games and a couple armies each, trying to break down some of the knowledge I can find about Infinity. And I'm looking at the Aleph, which look really kind of Ghost in the Shell-esque if you know your anime. And I kind of like the look of them. They've got some really unique looking models to them. So I'm thinking about them.
Absolutely. They do have some very cool models to them. Give me just one moment, okay? Talk amongst yourselves for just a quick moment while I step away. I will be right back.
I feel like I should learn more about Infinity as well. I run a tournament event here that hosts multiple different games.
Mm-hmm.
And in the last couple of years, the Infinity crowd has become a greater crowd. So I oversee an Infinity tournament, sort of, twice a year, but
you don't know much
much
about it. Yeah, I've done a little bit of digging about Infinity, and I got to admit I'm very interested in the way it was designed. My biggest concern about Infinity so far is, and this sounds rather hilarious when you in hindsight, and it's this: how unique are the individual rules in Infinity? That's what I'm interested in. From what I can wager, there's a lot of stuff about the game I don't know yet because I've only watched a couple battle reports for it, and I don't usually have I can read the rulebook, and the rulebook's actually you can find the rulebook out from Corvus Belli directly online. They actually have at least one version of it up that you could just look at for free perusal. I don't know that much about the game, and other than for every action, there's the action you can take if someone's within the line of sight. So actual facing is a big deal, and the terrain in and of itself is incredibly intrinsic to the gameplay. which
Right.
I really like, because it's one thing where it'd be like a massive step for me to go from a place where it's lots of models and terrain is can often be a hindrance, versus a small number game where the terrain is one of the main reasons you're showing up.
Yeah, and I certainly get that impression of it. Leading up to the last event that we did, me and the guys in my club spent, I want to say, probably 20 hours on building and painting scenery specifically for Infinity. So it was a stupid amount. And it really does saturate the board, and it is the most important part of the game interaction, from what all rights I can tell.
Yeah, it is, because the way the game works, if you're unfamiliar, is that when you the number of models you have in the entire army is important, because it dictates how many actions you can do in that turn. So every single body, no matter how big or how small, has an intrinsic value to your gameplay. Not just as an extra model on the board, but also as a way to get other actions. Because instead of moving each individual piece, you get a set of orders, and the orders that you move can let you move the pieces as you want and as you will. So, for example, so if you have like some spot in the corner with an assault rifle just kind of staring at a wall, he's still providing something to the battle, even if he can't see anything and can't get to where he needs to be in the battle at all.
Yeah, because he's waiting there for somebody to walk through his line of fire.
It's not even just the line. It's not just that. It's also the fact that with the order system, it's not about here's all your miniatures and each one of them has to move. No, it's about you can use the orders to move a solitary mini multiple times if the situation applies. So, for example, you can spend the sensible action time for 3 models, making one model sprint across the board to do X task.
Okay.
So
I could forfeit all the actions in my turn to pour it all into one dude.
Yes, but at the same time, you have to be careful about your motion, because if anyone sees you move, they can do what they call an ARO, which in my mind is best referred to as just a reaction. Either usually to take a shot at you. So it's a lot like, say, playing XCOM, if you've ever played that. Well,
I kind of think of it as Overwatch, which was a 40k and Necromunda thing.
Or that too. That would work. But for me, I always think of the XCOM series, where it's like you have to keep an eye on all the edges. You can't go too far out. You want to stay in cover, because if you're in the open and a guy comes around the corner and it shoves a flamethrower in your face, you're kind of done.
Yes, the reaction system in Infinity is really cool and unique, and yeah, that is a game that demands terrain. Open field battles in Infinity don't work. You have to have just metric crap tons of terrain, because if you have a dude who walks out in the open and is in sight of any sort of portion of the enemy army, that guy is now dead. That is the inevitable end of that story.
Yep.
I was trying to find, I don't know where the hell it is, and I didn't want to dig around for it forever, but my buddy gave me the master painting book for Infinity, that limited edition book that got kickstarted.
Oh, cool.
Which very hard to get your hands on, but he had one, and he was very nice and gave it to me, and now I don't know where I was reading it last and can't figure out where the hell I left it. I'm sure it's in my house somewhere, but whatever. But there you go.
Next to the toilet.
Yeah, perhaps it could be, but I don't know. But there's my choice. Oh, which way is she facing? There we go. There's my choice when it comes to Infinity.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
Let's see. These are my hackies. I think John had asked about these guys a while back. My hackies in their ghetto case here.
So you bought some of those models already?
Oh, yeah. So when Infinity came out, initially, again, this is one of those things. I'm not trying to be hipster about this. I was into Infinity before it was cool. When Infinity came out, it's obviously from Spain or whatever, right? And there was just a guy at my local shop. I have a really nice local gaming store. It's far away, just given the size of the town. It's kind of on the opposite side of town for me, which is a pain in the butt, because it's like easily a 35-minute drive to get over there. But whatever, there was a guy there who just heard about it very quickly after it came out, and he called Infinity and was like, I want to bring your game to my store, and what do I have to do that, and all this stuff. And so, like, we had Infinity at our local game store, like, I mean, before anybody was really playing in the States, and that guy ended up being at, like, one of their reps in America, going around and, you know, like, selling it at conventions and stuff.
Cool.
But, so it was just very lucky. But yeah, I like these are terrible, terrible paint jobs, which you're not going to be able to see well anyways, but my little hacky people there.
Cool.
There you go.
Yeah, one of the things I really like about Infinity's models is and actually a lot about it is the feel of the look. A lot of the terrain feels very bright to me in its own way, and I like how and in general the models look very solid. I have not really found models that directly stand out to me and go, "Ooh, I must have," except for maybe that one Mechanicus Magos. I don't know, but. Usually for me, looking at models are an acquired taste, and and the first thing I saw when I was looking through the Infinity catalog were all the snipers, and I'm like, you could make a good Vindicare assassin, and you could make a good Vindicare assassin, and so could you, and
well, speaking of assassins, how about the guy on this or the other side here? Not this one, not the guy with the wings, but that's the assassin. From the Hack Army. He's a very cool little guy there.
I like him.
Yeah, terribly out of focus, but that's him with his little knife. Very cool fig because there you go, that's one of their wing, like, jump jet dudes. A couple of those guys. The Hackies have, like, really cool motorcycles, too, but I never got any of the motorcycles, but I really do like their motorcycles. But the thing that's interesting to me about, or the thing that was cool about that assassin guy is, so you mentioned the ARO thing, like, that dude had true stealth, like, not just hide stealth, like, that, the assassin is, like, can literally, like, appear from stealth, be standing right next to a guy and they don't know he's there, and he can appear and ace that guy and then go back into, like, pure camo again.
Oh,
he's a very scary dude, yeah. So, like, the problem is where he's vulnerable is if he tries to pop on somebody and somebody else can also see that person. That person can then take an ARO or whatever against that, or I assume. There's a second edition of Infinity, and I will admit I haven't read the new rules, but how it worked then was, like, if you have two guys and he pops on this guy over here, this other guy can then shoot him, right, after whatever.
Yeah, generally speaking, that's how it works, from what I remember, from what I know.
Yes. But God forbid people have their figs alone in a room without a second guy covering them, and that assassin's wandering around. That guy's dead. He's gonna get murdered. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the way that you buy armies, or you buy sort of your troops and your army and stuff. Like their building system, I thought, was also very cool. And then it was very unusual in the way that points sort of costed out, and the way weapons choices worked and things like that. It was a cool system. I very much liked Infinity. I don't have much of a chance. I haven't played it for a while. Don't have much of a chance to play it, but also
yeah, that's kind of the issue, because my area is very thick with Warhammer 40k players. When I was into fantasy more, we had fantasy players for a while, but then all of a sudden they kind of wandered off, and then there was like 2 straight leagues of nothing but 40k, and I went from hating it to okay, this is where this is going kind of thing. And I'm finally I'm not turning against 40k necessarily anymore, but it's like when you look at Infinity and you look at the Chris models and the terrain, not being completely dingy and blown out every day, and you go, I could also, and in Europe, personally, I'm more of a miserly type myself, like me. You go, I could save and enjoy this, and also still do some painting if I wanted to, couldn't I?
Yes, Infinity's aesthetic is so much more pleasing than anything in 40K.
I argue that the sad thing about it is I'm at the point right now at 40K where it's like I've tried to look at every race. Much like with Warhammer Fantasy, I kept circling, and I think if I was going to play 40K now, it'd be the Tau, and funnily enough, their aesthetic is closer to that of Infinity than anything else in that game. So,
absolutely, yes, they have that very anime-esque thing with their big crisis suits and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, they do. But with all these releases and everything, I'm wondering what they're gonna get in all of this. I mean, their time has to come eventually.
One would think.
Well, it's certainly better odds than the Sisters, I'll tell you that. I hate to say that too. I started as a Sisters fan for 40K, and then it's like,
I'm telling you, man, that I don't care. I'm buying a whole fantasy army of those toughest girls in the galaxy, and I don't give a crap. I'm gonna shove them in somewhere. They will be something. Maybe they'll be an Empire army or something else. I don't really care. What they actually end up being in the game, completely irrelevant to me. I couldn't give a crap less. What they're going to be is beautiful and awesome and badass chicks with giant swords and stuff.
I hear you there.
John Talby said Warcraft is like D&D without role-playing, and he said in the Battle of, I don't know the word, Hattin, Hattin, which I'm not familiar with, it was all about who controlled the water hole in the desert. The Crusaders didn't get it, so died of thirst in the thousands. It sounds like Watchtower. Doesn't matter who wins, it's about who controlled that one objective.
It's true. That's Watchtower.
That's a good reference, I like that. Very nice, John. The difference is, yes, it sounds like a Watchtower scenario that doesn't use the dumb building rules, which I think would be better for everybody.
The building rules, yeah.
I've literally never heard anybody say anything positive about the building rules. Like, that is to say, like, I'm not saying they're complete junk from top to bottom. I mean, I've never heard anybody say, I really like the building rules. Those were a good thing.
Yeah, that's not a sentence.
Right, it just doesn't work in your brain, right?
It's like, wait, what did you say? I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. It doesn't make any sense at all to my head.
Yeah. It's like it's like the phrase "really big midgets." It just doesn't work. It's just a regular sized human being. Like, no, that's not a thing. It's a contradiction. Good building rules in Warhammer 8th edition. No such thing.
Yeah.
There was I'm trying to think of this now that you said that. I remember coming across a game that had dwarven giants in it. I thought that was a good contradiction of terms.
Dwarven giants. Nice.
Giants, yep.
That's pretty solid. I like that.
I can't recall where I came across that, though.
It was funny because so I was watching some of Anthony's video. I didn't get to watch the whole thing yet, but I was watching some of that on where he was sort of doing his response to the topic of the week of comp. And in talking about Swedish, he came across he mentioned the dwarven problem, right?
Oh,
God. The dwarves right now are fairly broken under Swedish or whatever, but honestly, I don't know if it's just Swedish. It's kind of the way that dwarves want to play in general. I mean, part of the problem is that dwarves are playing more or less their normal army under Swedish, right, of this sort of gunline thing.
Yes.
And he made the interesting point if he was like, he basically said he thinks that the ruination of the anvil as a movement device, he said if you gave back the anvil's ability to move and made the organ gun have a range of only 24 inches, suddenly you would see entirely different dwarven armies on the table.
I think he's actually right in saying that, to an extent. I mean, as someone whose first army in any game was actually dwarves, Yeah, yeah, when I gotten into what I when I picked up the dwarves, I had also seen Malorian's videos about the dwarves and the anvil and everything from the from the book before, and that looked really cool. And then I actually went back through the history of the anvil, and I stared at the current anvil, and I'm like, why now are you like this? You know, and then. And then I look at how the dwarven armies are, and I go, the thing about it is that it seems like in almost every miniatures game that isn't entirely that has a shooting and a melee component, no matter what whether or not the shooting is key or the melee is key, or at least this is what it seems to be when it comes to the Warhammer games. It always feels like the armies that excel at shooting are always the ones that are the most maligned, you know. Like these, you get even more undue hate. You get similar to almost more undue hate with Tau and 40k, and yet that game is almost predicated on who has the better DACA. You know, it's
yeah. Well, certainly. I don't have a great knowledge of the 40k meta, but my understanding of it is that those two armies were really sort of rulers of the roost for quite a while recently.
Well, Tau had a really good tournament appearance during 6th edition. Before that, I don't believe they had a very good showing. The main reason why they did really good that edition was because of the Eldar, which they were in full alliance with, much like all the Imperial armies now, like all the Space Marines, all the the Imperial Guard and Sisters, and so on. And because at the time, if you were at that tier of ally, you could cast psychic powers on the allied race. So Tau had the ability to re-roll hits with their really strong guns through psionic power, when psionic power was also easier to get off. Ever since that break happened, and Marine Army started getting more drop pod centric and deep strike centric and outflank centric, Tau started kind of falling apart, plus Maelstrom happened with forcing them to not be a gun line. They had to start moving around and taking the objectives too, or table the opponent, one or the other. And they found themselves, being basically slammed from multiple flanks by dudes with power, with big weapons, and it's like, yeah, Tau have actually not done as well in the tournament scene ever since.
That's interesting. That's greatly instructive of what we were talking about earlier, that a change in the scenario dynamics. The army itself didn't change, its rules didn't change, but its effectiveness and the way that they had to build the army changed just based on changing the assumptions of the scenario.
Yeah, in raw kill points, Tau can still run a gun line and work people down using the synchronicity of their pathfinders. They have one thing I like about Tau is that they have a very simple army-wide synergy. They paint a target with markers, and then they go, okay, now we get a better ballistic skill if we remove X number of counters for doing it. So they normally are ballistic skill of 3, so they're hitting on 4s. And then it's like, oh, I can, take 2. I can, if I've marked you 2-3 times, I can remove those markers, and now I'm hitting you on 2s. Or I can alternatively remove your cover, so now I can just shoot you. Not have to worry about that part.
Sure. I mean, the balance thing of shooting to melee has always been tough for them to get right. When I was playing my Imperial Guard, I was playing, one of my good buddies played an Orc army, and he had a completely mounted Orc army that everything's painted red, everything's in a big truck.
Yeah.
At the end of turn 1, he's inches away from me. He is assaulting in my lines turn 2, guaranteed. So he was across the table. The amount he could move at that time period was just insane. And if I didn't blow up every one of his trucks, if I didn't get first turn and blow up every one of his trucks, I lost that game, period. That game was decided by who dropped the dice of who's going first, and then by the bottom, by 50%, and then the other 50% was certainly decided by the bottom of one if his trucks weren't all blown up.
Yeah, and the thing about it is that the Tau actually have smaller numbers than the Imperial Guard, and are actually worse at hand-to-hand combat, on average.
It's hard to imagine that anything could be worse than the Imperial Guard at combat.
seriously, the Taoist technology compensates so hard for them that they actually are the worst melee. They have the worst melee access in the whole game. Only one model in their entire army, maybe two, can actually be considered a melee powerhouse or even melee competent. The average fire warrior has I believe initiative 2, bullets, weapon skill 2, across the board.
Gotcha.
They're worse than the Imperial Guardsmen in combat.
That's really saying something.
That is,
Yeah,
that
well, they got.
that is Noblar-tastic is what that stat line is.
Well, the payoff is that they have that marker light system, which takes their Imperial Guard, the Imperial Guard accuracy. So the average accuracy of a non-elf, they can like pump that up a bit. But the kicker is that they have really strong guns on the basis to pay back. So, for example, the standard weapon for Tau is strength 5. It's got a 30-inch range. And in that game, they have a thing called armor pierce value, which is separate from the way we calculate AP currently in fantasy, where
Yeah, you either blow the save away or you don't, right? If you're shooting at a Space Marine, he's got a 3-up save, but if your gun's AP3, you ignore his armor, right?
boom, exactly. And theirs is AP5, so they rend armor off of guardsmen, orcs, tyranids, at least the smaller models of those, and failing that, they just have really nice strength. The fact that they're wounding Marines on 3s usually makes up for a lot of other things, and the 6 inches additional range on the average gun sure helps.
Sure.
Because they're on 30 versus everyone else's average of 24 or 18, usually.
Well, all I know is I hate Space Marines.
Me
I literally, again, from going back in that time period, like, our one friend who played a Space Marine army, like my buddy, this is where my buddy who played Orcs and I who played Imperial Guard were commiserating constantly because, I've spent a lot of time on the road doing road trips and such, driving around this country with that friend, and we have spent countless hours, just complaining about Space Marines.
Yes.
That was like a point of we've crossed entire states, big states, not just like Connecticut or something, but like big states, discussing why Space Marines are ridiculous and too good. So,
okay, I would love to hear some of that.
I mean, just the conversation usually starts with, how come they get to all 4s? Like, that's usually where the conversation starts, and then it just goes from there.
I wonder, did "And They Shall Know No Fear," was that a rule when you were playing?
Of course, and They Shall Know No Fear was absolutely a rule, and yes, that was complained about, the 3-up saves and 2-up Terminators and all this. Again, it's an older edition. I'm sure I know most of these things are still rules now, but I just mean, like, I'm sure that the world and what's good and what's bad has changed greatly, but yes, these things were very troubling to us at the time.
Agreed. It does bother me a little bit as well, actually, but yeah, I've always been.
It also didn't hurt that the guy who played Space Marines in our group was like a Space Wolves player, and I'm pretty sure those guys have been broken in like every edition they've ever been printed in. I don't know how good they are now or not. I have no idea. Like I said, I don't know anything about the 40k meta, but I'll tell you, when they first made the Space Wolves back in that time period, holy crap, were those guys ridiculous.
They're the from what I'm aware, from what I know about them, they appear to be the close combat, one of the more close combat specialist Marine armies, and they know how to roll with that. I mean, they're the only army that actually runs around with you'll see, competitively running around with cavalry, because they actually have Thunderwolf Cav, just Space Marines on gigantic space wolves running around. Just why not?
Sure.
And the big deal with Space Marines in general, though, is the drop pods, except for the standard Space Marines and the Grey Knights. The standard Space Marines have these things called grav guns now. AP2, so screw your 2-up save, and they literally roll to wound on your armor save.
Interesting.
Just if the odds of you being wounded is gonna hurt. I believe that's how that rule goes. I can't remember all the finer details, but everyone always tells me that there's nothing a bunch of gravity gun wielding Marines can't kill. There's nothing. I don't know about that. I have to find out. With the Grey Knights, which are actually my favorite Marine army overall, just because of their difference from the normal ones. their whole deal is every single one of them can cast magic. Basically, they're all like Tzeentchian demons. In that they have that same kind of rule where the whole unit can count as a in their terminology psyker, or in our case wizard.
Yeah.
So they have like the Brotherhood of Psyker rule, and every single Grey Knight is a psyker. So the whole unit can like know a spell and things like that.
Let's see.
Small model count, very small model count. I see a lot of Grey Knight players online, and I also see them. I also saw a fair number at my store because you can literally have a 20 model Grey Knight army, and it'll actually be okay. Not
I've seen a lot of people use those Thunderwolves as replacements for like demogryphs and stuff, which I think is pretty cool.
Yeah, actually, that is a good use for that model.
The most exciting thing about Space Wolves is the fact that they're the only army with a Santa sleigh.
Absolutely,
Oh.
they do have the Santa sleigh. I've seen that. That I know.
I had a friend of mine who's a big Space Wolves fan. He called me up one day out of the blue, and he said, "Hey, go to you. Have you seen this?" And I go, "What are you talking about?" And he literally forced me to go check his Facebook where he had a picture of the sleigh. And I
Yeah.
said to myself, he's like, "This is stupid." And I go, "I know, man. I know."
See, I'm a guy who owns a Skycutter chariot, so that was like the precursor to that action.
Oh,
But the weird thing is that the Skycutter makes more sense because it's a flying chariot carried by a flying animal. So, but instead you have this Space Wolf thing that is a flying chariot anti-grav thing that still has to be on the ground because it's being tugged by wolves who, I don't think the wolves fly, do they?
no.
They're not Santa's reindeer. They still got
Right, yeah, they're fed magical feet that lets them fly, yeah. Exactly.
So that's what's the total silliest thing about that model.
Well, the Space Wolves can fly, but obviously only on Christmas Eve. I mean, everybody knows that.
Or perhaps they give them special brew or something. I don't know.
Maybe.
I got nothing for that.
That always struck me as super dumb. Anyway.
That seems fair.
Yeah.
Somebody's playing it, I'm sure.
Oh, I've seen it used. I've seen that sleigh used. It actually pissed me off because it was against the Tau player who literally could not kill that thing because they had way too many fire warriors. So it's like, oh, we all have strength 5. Oh, wait, that what's armor on that chariot? It's what, 12? We can't wound it at all.
Pretty solid armor on a chariot.
Well, the issue.
I was just going to say, it's funny because there are so many things I look at with, going back to just the idea of the releases and such, the way 40K has trotted out. It really does make me wonder what's in store for fantasy and makes me hopeful because I would very much love to see. I'd love to see that sort of thing come into play, although I don't know if I'd want to see it implemented exactly the same. But that being said, I in general think that it would be very positive for us to open up our idea of what fantasy could be. That's what I would say. I think fantasy has been very static for a long time in the way that the armies are around and the way they're sort of made in general. And I think that the idea of maybe having a little more mixed forces like End Times has brought in, I think we should all be a little more accepting of the idea. And I hope that maybe End Times has warmed people up to that. Victor Case made a video a couple days back that was like, what army do you play? And he talked about, obviously he's a big 40K player as well as fantasy, and the whole point of his video was it's actually kind of hard in 40K right now to say what army you play as much as it is to say the army books you're playing.
It's true. Because especially if you're into the Imperium, if you play, I mean, they do so much to try to connect all those books together. I mean, just for them, as battle brothered allies, you have the Imperium, I mean, the Imperial Guard, I mean, which are, they've been renamed, but they're there. The Sisters of Battle. You've got all the Space Marine chapters. You've got the Grey Knights. You've got which include the Grey Knights, the Dark Angels, the Blood Angels, not Blood Angels, the Blood Angels, and Space Wolves. You've got You've got the Inquisition, the Assassins. And then you have now the Cult Mechanicus, which is coming. You've got the Sikatari, and the Imperial Knights.
Right.
And you can literally put all of them in the same room. If limitation really being your what the points value and whether or not your area has some sort of instated rule about how many allies you can have. Eldar have the Harlequins, Dark Eldar, and the Eldar Craft Worlds themselves. You've got all these different interactions, and heck, even outside of obvious same racial alliances, there are people who have built lists for, say, a 40k tournament that involve their normal list, whatever the normal army is, and then they have an alliance of Tyranids. And no, canonically, Tyranids do not ally with anyone because they're entirely different on the scale. But the argument there is that there is such a fashion that everyone is wary about those guys even being remotely nearby, but the situation that is going on is so pressing for the army that they're allied with that they're going to kill those things and then presumably try to kill what's left of the Tyranids off screen.
Well, what we're seeing is I was at an event a couple weeks ago playing Malifaux, and there's a 40k tournament going on at the same time. And more than a handful of guys were requiring for their army build 4 different books. Right? So I understand enough to know that there's like a main codex and then there's these supplementary codexes. So if you're an Eldar guy, you're quite often right out of the gates carrying 2 books with you. But if you're going to bring in some Tau allies or somebody else, then that equates to a 3rd book. And if you're actually playing one of the subsects of that Tau army, then you carry a 4th book.
Yep, Farsight Enclave.
Yeah. So it's a bit of muddied waters, and I think to bring that into what you're saying, Vince, is I'm okay with bringing allies and throwing in a new flavor and a little bit of something else. I don't want to carry a dozen books to do it, though. So in my ideal world, I don't mind going the way that 40k is as far as having the flexibility of allies and different races involved, though. But I'd kind of almost like 40 or fantasy to go back to where they were in, I think, as far as 3rd edition, where you just bought the Armies book, the Warhammer Armies book, and it had all the rules for every single one of them packed into that one volume.
Let me ask you. Let me trot out the following scenario for you. You tell me whether or not this is acceptable, or maybe where this is any good. Let's assume there's just a crap ton of codexes, just like they do now. Okay. But at the same time, you have some kind of digital tool that allows you to more easily build your army and keep track of what you got, so you don't need to necessarily have every book with you.
Yep.
Would that solve the problem?
Yeah, if it was designed in such a way that you can flip within one application to reference them, sure.
Yeah.
And the reason why I'm encouraged by that is I have the digital version of the Warhammer rulebook, for example, that I have on my iPad. So therefore, I don't carry the printed rulebook with me anymore. It's searchable through a glossary and through a table of contents and through an index. And it's also interactive in that if I come up with a rule of devastating charge, for example, and I hit the key link in there on the iPad to go to devastating charge, it pops up a little window that explains devastating charge to me. So if it's intuitively designed with features like that, I'm in. Yeah, I'm going with that.
Because that does seem like the kind of thing we could bridge with the right digital tools, especially given what's available now, right? I mean, a lot of people have iPads or similar style devices and, Surfaces, whatever the case, and you could have having that stuff more easily accessible. I mean, I guess the part of the thing with the book thing for me is, as as a role player for the early part of my life, it's like, oh no, you got to carry 3 books with you. I'm like, the Indian tear here is falling down at the piece of litter on the side of the road. Like, give me a break. I used to show up to role-playing games with like a milk crate of the books I needed for that game. So, whatever. Also, smaller armies. If armies tended to be, I would like to see armies get smaller than what they are now by some percentage. Not a large percentage, but some percentage. Somewhere in the, I would love to see them be about 75%, like 2,500 points or whatever buys you about 75% of the figs it does now. Something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not against that idea either.
I'm not.
Maybe bring it under 100 models for an army.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's funny, the general tracking of how cheaper everything has gotten over the course of the game. Like, cheaper and better. Like, the individual units have gotten better and yet are cheaper to put on the table. That is to say, they got more special rules and stuff like that. I just recently, my buddy found his big stack of all of our Warhammer books from our original start at his house, and so he brought them over to mine so I could put them on my shelf. So I've got like all the 5th edition rule books, a couple of the 4th edition rule books, 6th edition books, all the softbacks spanning backwards. And so I went back and I flipped the Bretonnia book from whatever the good edition. I think it was 5th, the really good Bretonnia that has like the bright shining knights Bretonnia, the story that I love, Bretonnia. Yep. And your basic knight, like a human stat line in armor on a horse, 2-up save. That's it. It's a dude on a horse, right? 3s, leadership 7. That's a steal here, man. That guy was 32 points.
Whoa.
Yeah. That's a lot different than what it is now.
Yeah, you betcha. Yeah, that's been happening for the last couple of editions. And it really was all about just allowing you to put more stuff on the table. And they designed it such that you could stay at the same point value, increase the number of models. They found that people didn't necessarily increase the number of different units that would end up in that 2,500 point army, but your standard big-ish unit of 20 guys now had to be a 40 guy unit to be that standard big-ish unit.
Right.
Yeah, and that's really part of the impetus for why people don't play as much Warhammer in general. Just the sheer number of dudes you need, especially for fantasy. Yeah. That was always a problem I was seeing people stumble into, as was I. You know.
It's an issue, sure, absolutely. It makes a huge barrier of entry to playing the game, no doubt.
I mean, it really does, because it's one thing if you were starting, all those years ago, you're like, screw it, I'll just ratchet it up, I'll just get another box or something, I can fit this in here, ooh. But if you're brand new and you're on the front and you're on the ground floor, and you look over and you go, okay, how many do I need for this? And then you look at that, the sticker shock sets in a heck of a lot faster. Not only that, but if you're like me and it's like, I have never assembled, I have never painted. You look at that and you go, oh crap, this is a lot to get even a simple game. And then at my store, people, after a couple of games, people were like, so when are you going to start doing, when are you going to get another box of these guys, or when are you going to start painting? It's like when I'm staring at them and I'm like, I don't even know if I like these guys. That kind of thing.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and it's exactly as you described. Like for me with the Empire Army, rolling over to the new edition, I painted 10 more swordsmen and 20 more halberdiers and a dozen more handgunners. But that's all it took for me to get to the point of having that fighting force. So I appreciate what you're saying is that when you're staring down I got to buy 40 halberdiers and start from zero with those 40 halberdiers. Yeah, that's exactly what the current barrier of entry is for Warhammer, and that's part of why it's having a popularity trouble that it is.
That and rules issues. I mean, the same can extend to Warhammer 40K. Like those new Castellans that we were talking about earlier. Someone told me that the price of them, in theory, though granted I haven't had a double check confirmation, was something like 65 plus for the two big bots and the one Mechanicus Tech seer behind them with the data to keep them running. You look at that, then you glance over to the corner, you look at an Infinity or Malifaux starter kit, and then realize that the rules are cheaper or outright free, and you go,
Yeah, that's going to be the next bit of trouble if they go the angle that they're going with 40K. Is people are just not going to buy their rule books, and the pirates of the internet will reap the benefits of all that.
Indeed, I mean, with a Cult Mechanicus, it's like some people are saying it would be okay if they had just doubled the price of the and put both books together. I'm like, are you crazy? Because it's like it was like 25 or 30, so 25 or 33 for the Mechanicus book, and then this other one's going to be around the same. And while it's nice to have those prices, the average 40K and fantasy hardback codex for a full army is 50. The new Eldar Craft Worlds one was 58.
Well, it might be part of the sales strategy of having a book associated with every new model release. And whether that's right or wrong, I think that's the way that they're going to go.
They are going to start doing that because once again, people are arguing the chapter house stuff. That would be why they did that. Another thing that, and I don't know if you're all aware of it, but you remember how towards the end of the end times they had all these formations sort of things like. I guess they refer to them as battle scrolls.
Yes.
Yeah, they've really gotten into that in 40K in the last couple of months. Like, started with the Necron. It's been like minor in the background with like a couple of different armies, like with Space Wolves, Grey Knights. They had it as well, but Necrons and Eldar Skitarii and the Khorne Daemonkin all had these books that were like, here's like a big like mandatory formation you could take aside from the normal 4-sword, and then on top of that they go, okay, and now you can take this formation of models that are X, like certain number, certain size unit or whatever, and you get this other benefit for those. So it's like a jerry together formations or battle scrolls in our vernacular to create this super battle scroll thing. Mm-hmm. And it's creating different benefits. And like so far the benefits have been kind of nutty. For the Necrons, the key benefit of the mandatory formation was that it made the reanimation protocol, which was a 5-up, which got changed to a 5-up ward save like almost straight. Only a few things manipulate it from being anything within a 5-up ward to a 4-up.
Yeah, I dig that idea. I like the idea of the battle scrolls or formations where if you wish to take this group of models that we prescribe for you, then you can have this benefit. But out of that group of models, as long as there's a balancing of it's not all of the best shit, it's if you want this great shit, then you're going to have to take these bums right here. And as long as you're willing to take them as a group, then your group gains a benefit.
Well, that's exactly what they did. Like, for the Necron Codex, the models no one had were these guys called Toon Blades. Mm-hmm. And literally, I bet they made them part of the mandatory detachment just to sell the models. Just so everyone would have to have them in order to do this security information that the Necrons got. Yep. Because I remember people saying for straight weeks that they could not get Toon Blades. They were sold out on GW's website because now everyone had to have them if they wanted this formation.
Yeah. And I'm in favor of that too. If they want to use that as a sales strategy, I'm okay with that. Let's take an example. Like if let's go look at Tomb Kings. What do we never see? Sepulchral Stalkers, right?
I was going to vote Ushabti. If we're going to talk about something that never gets on the table,
it's the Ushabti.
Tomb Kings. It's the Ushabti.
Yeah. All right. So here you go. Let's champion some Ushabti. And if it means that every undead construct gets a +1 to their armor save, because you got to take Ushabti with your Necro Knights now in a formation with a Necrotect to get that +1 to the armor of all your constructs. I bet you we see Ushabti. Let's get it on. Let's do it. And they sell Ushabti. If that means they sell more Ushabti to do that, great.
As a person who owns 9 Ushabti and has bought boxes of Ushabti, I fully support this. Yes.
Yes.
Give me a reason to use these. I try to stick them in armies all the time just because I'm like, these are terrible, but I'm going to try to fit these in here somehow. Like, there's got to be some way to do it.
Yeah, it's like, and they're doing it in ways that make each army more both fluff and very fluffy, but also strong. So, like with the Necrons, the Necrons, the whole 4-up basic ward was it didn't make them as much as powerful, but just really hard to shift. With the Eldar, though, there's arguments that they're kind of pushing for like going towards the 40k Apocalypse from the last edition, and like making things more really powerful. And the main detachment for the Eldar, though there is definitely some taxing being done, is that the main detachment gets an ability that they can just stop rolling dice for. They have a rule called Battle Focus, where they can run and shoot, or shoot then run, which allows them like the ability to move up to 6 additional inches on the infantry. Makes Eldar the most mobile army right now. That's on the infantry level alone. But then they went and said, I believe, and now don't quote me on this, people, but I believe the benefit for their formation now is it's straight up 6 inches. You don't have to do the random die run for them in 40k. So just, hey, look, I could shoot you, and then I can kite back 6. Just, or however I gotta move. So it's like, I hope they keep up.
Like in Victor's review of the Khorne Demonkin book, I remember that the special formation out of that one had a neat, like you get like a blood tally for everything you kill, or for everything you kill or one of your units that's killed, and that kind of stuff. And I thought, wow, that's really neat and flavorful for that army. That makes total sense. Like, yeah, these guys are Khorne. Khorne just wants to see some blood, and frankly, he's not too specific about whose it is.
Yeah,
his own guys are the
not
enemies.
anymore. Not anymore. Totally. Yeah, the Daemington was actually pretty neat because the blood tie is their base rule, but if you take their detachment, you get additional blood in the tally.
Right.
Which is solid because at like 7 or 8 points, it's like, hey, let's call a demon prince. Bah!
Which seems fun.
Well, gents, my monks of Low River are done. So that also means that I am done.
Sounds good. It's after 4 in the morning.
Farewell.
I was feeling it like we were getting to the end of this one. Got pretty much a good 5 hours in, so I feel pretty good about that. That's decent. That's not that's not record shattering, but I'll take a good near 5-hour Paintisode.
It was a pleasure to be here, by the way.
Absolutely, we're glad to have you.
Woo!
Dark CT, Kieran, pleasure for both of you.
Yeah, good chat.
Absolutely, for all of our viewers still watching, thank you. Probably people in Europe or other parts of the world, hello. In other parts of the world, to all of you.
Hello and goodbyes.
Yes, we'll have some more Paintisodes coming along, and thank you, everybody. Have a good night. See you next time.